All right, hopefully my audio levels sound good. Everybody think I sound okay? Cool. All right, well, I'm sure more people will be joining. Good to see everybody here. We just decided to throw together a video real quick, and we'll do something more elaborate and formal later on, along with arguments against the idol worshiping Catholics and Orthodox. But today we're just going to have a video for the record and for all of you to refer to. We also have put together all these quotes we're about to read on the little website that we put together, us and Nico. He helped us a lot. And there's a lot of quotes here, as you can see. We've put together more quotes than any other website that we're aware of. That's why we did it. If another website had already done this, then we would have just referred you guys to that website. But and we're still adding more. I think something even more potent today, guys, more potent than a pre-Nicene quote about the worship of images, condemning the bowing to images. Something even more effective than that would be post-Nicene quotes. Somebody might ask the question, well, why is that, Luke? Why would we put more stock in the post-Nicene church than the pre? Well, it's not that we put more authority in it, but specifically, guys, if we can prove that even in the 300s, people were not bowing to images, that they still considered that idolatry, then we can prove absolutely they were never doing it 300 years before that. You see, the Catholics and Orthodox have to admit at some point that these beliefs, a lot of their beliefs, developed over time as they became more and more corrupted and twisted and tainted by that pagan government they married. Then, of course, ideas developed over time. But if we can prove they hadn't even reached their peak idolatry phase even in the 300s, and that it took many more hundreds of years after that, all the way until the late 700s, like 787 AD. That's how long it took for them to codify and make this dogma for people to obey. So the Second Council of Nicaea, that would be the council in 787 AD where they said, you're anathema if you don't show affection to the images. Maybe I'll read a couple statements from what they say on this subject. I'm just going to a random website that happens to have some of the quotes. So listen to this then. This is the Second Council of Nicaea. They're talking to you right now when they say this. They say, anathema to the calumniators of the Christians, that is, to the image breakers. So they're saying accursed are the people who break images. Anathema to those who apply the words of Holy Scripture, which were spoken against idols, to the venerable images. Anathema to those who do not salute the holy and venerable images. By the way, guys, that word for salute, it means kiss. Anathema to those who say that Christians have recourse to the images as to gods. Anathema to those who call the sacred images idols. Anathema to those who knowingly communicate with those who revile and dishonor the venerable images. Anathema to those who say that another than Christ our Lord has delivered us from idols. Anathema to those who spurn the teachings of the Holy Fathers and the tradition of the Catholic Church, taking as a pretext and making their own the arguments of Arius, Nestorius, Eutyches, and Dioscorus, that unless we were evidently taught by the Old and New Testaments, we should not allow the teachings of the Holy Fathers and of the Holy Ecumenical Synods, that means councils, and the tradition of the Catholic Church. So you guys notice this statement here, anathema to those who spurn the teachings of the Holy Fathers and traditions of the Catholic Church. You guys see, they actually claimed in 787 AD that these teachings were from the early church. They actually believed that. And guys, we're going to show you, but at the council of the Second Council of Nicaea in 787, where they commanded that all people bow to images and kiss them or else you're not a Christian, they gave a lot of quotes from the early church, even the pre-Nicene church fathers, which explicitly said we must bow down to images. But guys, the quotes were fake. They were forged. They were made up. We don't know if they were made up at the council or just a little bit before the council. Some of them were made up before the council by other dishonest people, or at the least very foolish people who somehow got duped by somebody else. But I mean, ultimately it has to go back to some liars, some deceivers from Satan who made up fake quotes from the early church. But do you know what the Catholics and Orthodox say today? They say, well, even though they at the council of the Second Council of Nicaea thought that the early church endorsed this stuff, and even though the quotes were fake, we know that that council was infallible in their decision and that they were right. They really say that, guys. Catholics and Orthodox say that. Even though they were going off of fake quotes, they're still infallible. But guys, is that what the council was saying? I mean, did they say even if we're appealing to fake quotes, our decision is still law for all Christians to follow. No, they relied on the early church. They were just deceived about what the early church actually said. Willingly deceived. And they continue saying, anathema to those who dare to say that the Catholic Church has at any time sanctioned idols. Anathema to those who say that the making of images is a diabolical invention and not a tradition of our holy fathers. So you guys see how much pushback they were getting even at this time when they thought they had the authority to command all people to worship images? There were people saying, the making of images is a diabolical invention and not a tradition of our holy fathers. They're actually quoting people who are saying that to them. And not to make a long story of it, guys, because we really do need to read these quotes now. We're going to be here for a while. But, guys, there were multiple councils before this one, which categorically banned and forbade the bowing of a Christian to an image. One more thing I want to go over real quick before we read these, guys, because you're going to hear a bunch of words such as venerate and worship. And I want to show you guys the definition of worship. So take any instance in Scripture, let's say like Acts 10. We're going to go over to Acts 10. You guys know Acts 10? I'll show you Acts 10. This is when the Roman centurion Cornelius asks Peter to come to his house and preach to him. Peter comes there and preaches to him. And it says, when Peter arrived, Cornelius met him and fell at his feet and worshipped him. And Peter helped him up, saying, stand up, I too am just a man. So Peter said, don't you bow to me. See, Peter wouldn't even allow him to bow to him, a living person, let alone an image of him. An idol, a statue, a painting. But I want you guys to know what this word is for worship. If you look it up, this is verse 25 of Acts 10. So we're going to go use our interlinear. We're going to jump down to verse 25. And I want you guys to see what the actual definition of this word is for worship. So it says he worshipped him. This is the word proskuneo. And this word proskuneo is where we get the word prostrate. You know the word like laying prostrate? That means you lay down, like you bow down. You put your face on the ground. That's what word the proskuneo means. It means I go down on my knees to do obeisance to worship. You get it? All throughout the scriptures, like when the Magi are coming to worship Jesus, we saw his star in the east and we've come to worship him. And then, of course, they fall down and they worship him. It says they fell to the ground and worshiped Jesus. That's what it means. To bow down is worship. And worshiping means bowing down. So this is the definition of the word. We're about to read the church fathers say much about this word, worship. Understand, guys, it means to bow down. If anybody says, well, I'm bowing down to it, I'm just not worshiping it, understand that is a contradiction. You cannot bow down to something and not worship it. And we will answer many, many, many counter-arguments coming from them. And they have many clever counter-arguments. So I'm not going to lie to you guys. Man, have they got some clever arguments. But nevertheless, we're going to read the early church's quotes, and then we're going to answer those arguments coming from them, which are very clever and oh so intelligent. We're going to answer those at another time, not tonight. Anybody got any questions before we get started? Okay, well then we're going to read. First, we're going to start with these are some of the most quoted passages in the scripture that tell us not to be engaged in idolatry. God says, you will not make for yourself a carved image, any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You will not bow down to them, nor serve them. I want to establish again, guys, for the difference between bowing down and serving. To bow down is an act of worship. You do that. It's a way of showing that you are a servant to something or someone. You're supposed to be to someone. And God does allow bowing down to a human being whom you are actually a servant to. He does allow that. And that is even in the category of worship. You can say that human beings have worshipped lawfully, such as when people bowed down to King David or King Solomon. They were allowed to worship. And wives and children can and should bow down to the dad, the husband, because he is the master of the house. He is in charge, and he is also an image of Christ. He's standing in for Christ, just like King David did. So that is all true, guys. Understand that to bow down to somebody is not a sin in itself, but we do not bow down to images. That is idolatry. But there is an appropriate time to bow down to a king. God doesn't condemn that. God says, don't make yourself an image. You will not bow down to an image or serve an image. And the definition of serving it just means to offer sacrifices to it, or to burn incense to it, or to kiss it, or to light candles to it. That would be serving it. Service is when you're actually doing something for the image. But just worshiping, I mean, that's just the bowing down part. Everybody understand that as well? If you don't, we will explain it more at another time. But one of their clever arguments that they make is they'll say, well, people have bowed down to people, people have bowed down to other persons in the past, therefore it's okay to bow down to an image. But sorry, they're not going to be able to show one instance of any Christian bowing down to an image, or even anybody in the Old Testament bowing down to an image or serving an image. That is not lawful. That is idolatry. God says again in Isaiah, I, the Lord, have called you in righteousness, and will hold your hand, and will strengthen you. I have given you for the covenant of a race, for a light of the Gentiles, to open the eyes of the blind, to bring the bound and them that sit in darkness out of bonds, and the prison house. I am the Lord God, that is my name. I will not give my glory to another, nor my praises to graven images. So God is saying, I don't want to be praised through images. And Paul says, therefore, my beloved, flee from idolatry. And again, Paul says, for we walk by faith, not by sight. And John says, little children, keep yourselves from idols. And in Revelation, John says, the rest of mankind who were not killed by these plagues did not repent of the works of their hands, so as not to worship demons and the idols of gold and of silver and of brass and of stone and of wood, which can neither see nor hear nor walk. And they did not repent of their murders, nor of their sorceries, nor of their immorality, nor of their thefts. Now, I will point out one more thing, and then we're just going to start reading quotes. We're just going to read. I'm going to try not to talk too much, but I probably won't be able to control myself. Notice, guys, that one of the reasons that you're going to see repeated in all these quotes from the Church Fathers is that the reason you don't bow to an object is because the object cannot see or hear or walk. It's not alive. It's senseless, meaning it can't sense anything. It's insanity, and it's demeaning to yourself to ever bow down to something that's not alive. And that's the reason given over and over again. But you're going to hear these people, the Catholics and Orthodox, say, well, no, it's okay to bow down to images. Make sure it's just an image of the right thing. Like, don't bow down to an image of Zeus. Bow down to an image of Jesus or one of the saints. That's allowed. But guys, if that were true, you wouldn't hear throughout the scriptures and throughout the Church Fathers over and over again saying, the reason you don't bow down to it is because it's not alive. It's not because it's an image of the wrong thing. Okay. We have a lot of quotes here. I didn't have time to put in my quotes from Recognitions of Clement. Recognitions of Clement is the good one. It's the good version of Clement's Travels with Peter, but there is also another version of it, which is almost word for word the same all throughout it, but it also has a bunch of quotes, and so I'll add Recognitions quotes in here, but this was an emergency, so I put together a bunch of quotes. So this is Peter speaking, according to Clement, in the Clementine Homilies. This is Peter preaching to the people, and he says, but you are wicked against the God of all, worshiping lifeless images instead of him or along with him, and attributing his divine name to every kind of senseless matter. You guys see the emphasis? Senseless. It's lifeless images. And he says that they worship them instead of God, or sometimes along with God. Now, guys, this is another thing that they'll say. They'll say, well, we're allowed to worship the images just as long as it's not instead of God. But that's ridiculous, guys. God doesn't say that you can worship images of Zeus and him. You should read the Old Testament, when people used to worship images of other gods and also worship God at the same time. God wasn't happy about that. God cursed them. God punished them severely with famine and with death, their enemies invading their lands and destroying them. So don't let anybody deceive you with that response either, that, well, as long as it's not instead of God, then it's, you're allowed to bow down to that image. No, it's instead of God or along with him. And I made a little note here. This is the only note I made like this because we really just need to make a big video on the subject. But Peter says they bow down to senseless matter. I said contrast this with Orthodox websites like this one. This Orthodox website says this. They say that John of Damascus, that's a guy living in the late 600s, early 700s, they say John of Damascus asserts, by the way, guys, John of Damascus is a name you're going to hear a lot with idol worship. He is one of the chief idol pushers. He's the guy who wrote a lot of books to try to convince the church to start worshiping images, and so they made it official in the 700s that they would require people to worship the images. So John of Damascus has a lot of writings that they respect, so that's why they're quoting him. As Saint John of Damascus asserts, I do not worship matter, but I worship the creator of matter, who for my sake became material and deigned to dwell in matter, who through matter effected my salvation. I will not cease from worshiping the matter, through which my salvation has been effected. So first he says, I do not worship matter, and then he says, I will not cease from worshiping the matter. But Peter says, that's senseless matter. Don't bow down to senseless matter. And the Orthodox on this website, this is just one example of so many, they say, following his teachings, following John of Damascus' teachings, we as Orthodox Christians do not venerate an icon of Christ because of the nature of the wood or the paint, but rather we venerate the inanimate image of Christ with the intention of worshiping Christ himself as God incarnate through it, through the image. They say, we're not venerating the image, we're venerating Jesus through the image. Well, the fact is, guys, you're forbidden from bowing down to an image. It's great that you have a little painting of Jesus. You cannot worship Jesus, you cannot worship the divine through a picture that you made with your hands that's not alive. That's demeaning to God and it's demeaning to yourself. Okay, let's start reading quotes. I'm just going to read the red, guys. If you want to read all these later, you've got the link to see the full context and everything. So Peter says that the pagans are engaged in making an image and kindling altars in honor of fire, and that most of the people who did this were excluded from the kingdom, making an image. And he says, but they did not cease to worship images by reason of the evil intelligence of the magicians who found excuses for them. See, everybody knows it's stupid to bow down to them, but hey, you got really intelligent apologists who make excuses for it. And Peter says, but if you think that images as being alive can accomplish such things, he says, why don't you try, doing an experiment? Like he says, place them on something and see if when they get knocked over, if they save themselves from getting smashed. Yeah. He says, but if it were so, this would not prove them to be gods. He says, even if they did save themselves from getting smashed, this wouldn't prove them to be gods. For this might be accomplished by the finger of the demon. Even maggots move, yet they are not called gods. You see the emphasis, guys? That it's not alive. And he says, even if it were to perform a miracle, you still shouldn't believe it's from God. Because God told you that there would be times when the demons would perform miracles and the Antichrist will perform miracles. You'll hear that a lot from the Orthodox and Catholics, that we should worship the images because miracles are performed in them to prove that they're from God. Wait until you hear some quotes from the Church Fathers who say they're well aware that there are miracles associated even with pagan idols, and that the demons are accomplishing those miracles to convince people to worship them. Guys, file it away. A miracle associated with an icon, with an image, with an idol, is no reason to bow down to it. You're forbidden categorically from ever doing it. Doesn't matter what the miracle is. Peter continues, I speak of the material of lifeless images, which are of no use to you as far as service is concerned, for they neither hear nor see nor feel, nor can they be moved. You guys see the emphasis? They're not alive, they can't hear or see or feel. Peter says, for many say, we do not worship the gold or the silver, the wood or the stone, or the objects he says, for many say, we do not worship the gold or the silver, the wood or the stone of the objects of our worship, for we also know that these are nothing but lifeless matter, and the art of mortal man, but the spirit that dwells in them, that we call God. For when that which appears is easily proved to be nothing, they have recourse to the invisible. However, they agree with us, in part, that one half of their images is not God, but senseless matter. So even back then, guys, the pagans would say, we know that the idol isn't alive. We're worshiping the God that's in the idol, okay? So it's okay if we bow down to it. You'll hear the Orthodox and Catholics say something very similar. They say, when we bow to it, that worship goes to God through the idol. Now listen to Peter's teaching here. Again, you're going to hear this much more from the early church. They're going to say the same thing. Peter says, you are the image of the invisible God. Whence let not those who would be pious say that idols are images of God, and therefore that it is right to worship them. For the image of God is man. He who wishes to be pious towards God does good to man, because the body of man bears the image of God. So to summarize, guys, if you want to worship the image of God, well, then do kindness to your neighbor. Don't take some senseless little picture of a person and do all kinds of service to that. God's not served through that. God is served by you loving his actual living image, other human beings. And he says, can it therefore be said that for the sake of piety towards God, you worship every form, while in all things you injure man, who is really the image of God, committing murder, adultery, stealing, and dishonoring him in many other respects? But you, being seduced by some malignant reptile to malice, by the suggestion of polytheistic doctrine, are impious towards the real image, which is man, and think that you are pious towards senseless things. So he just described the Catholics and Orthodox who engage in all kinds of horrible wars, killing other human beings for the sake of taking back some territory or over some political dispute. They're engaged in adultery because they condone divorce and remarriage, and they call it annulments, or they say, well, your marriage didn't count before you became an Orthodox Christian. That's what they teach. They say if you were married outside of the Orthodox Church, your marriage doesn't necessarily count because it wasn't performed by a priest. So they let people have lots of marriages. And they even allow divorce. They say, I've got a website saying the Orthodox Church allows divorce and remarriage up to 3 times, but it strictly prohibits a 4th. So guys, they condone murder, adultery, and stealing and dishonoring in many other respects. So true. So they think that they can do all that toward actual human beings, but they think that they're so pious because they bow down to objects. Peter says, for it is not the thing that is worshipped that sins, for it suffers violence at the hands of him who will worship it. And he says that they give honor that belongs only to the most honorable. Then he's talking about bowing down to an image and doing service to it and praying to it. You guys realize to address prayers to something is to show worship to it. And they do pray to their images. They bow, they pray to it, they kiss it, they burn incense to it, they light candles to it, and they show all kinds of other affection and care to it. It's going to take us a while to get through these. Okay, I'm just going to go crazy reading, okay, guys? If anybody has any questions, please do interrupt. You are allowed to ask questions. Okay, Peter says, and those very worshippers of base and senseless things, many becoming sober, have ceased to worship these things and to sin, and many Greeks have been saved so as to pray to the true God. Meaning, they don't pray to the idol anymore. And he says, but you say, you idol worshippers, you say, well, we do better when we are thankful at once to him and to all others. Now when you say this, you do not know the plot that is formed against you. For as when many physicians of no power promise to cure one patient, one who is really able to cure him does not apply his remedy, considering that if he should cure him, the others would get the credit. So also God does not do you good when he is asked along with many who can do nothing. What, it will be said, is God enraged at this, if when he cures, another gets the credit? I answer, although he be not indignant, at all events he will not be an accomplice in deceit, for when he has conferred a benefit, the idol which has done nothing is credited with the power. But also I say to you, if he who crouches in adoration before senseless idols has not been injured naturally, perhaps God, would have endured even this. Wherefore watch you, that you may attain to a reasonable understanding on the matter of salvation. So you guys see how he says they crouch in adoration? See guys, crouching and bowing is adoring. Did you guys know that the Catholic and Orthodox official teaching is you are allowed to bow, but you may not adore images? You should ask them sometime, what does it actually mean to adore? How can I bow to something but not adore it? How does that work? They won't have an answer. They will give the most ambiguous answer about what adoration is. They'll say, it's in the heart. You just really, really, really love it like more than you should. Make sure you're bowing to it and kissing it and slobbering all over it and burning incense to it and praying to it. Just make sure you don't adore the image, okay? That's what they'll tell you. It's crazy. No, bowing to it is adoring it, and everything else they do is adoring. Peter continues. He says, but others say, well, we are more pious than you, since we worship both him and images. Peter says, I do not think. If one were to say to a king, I give you an equal share of honor with that which I give to corpses and to worthless dung, I do not think that he would profit by it. But someone will say, "Do you call our objects of worship dung?" I say, "Yes, for you have made them useless to yourselves by setting them aside for worship, whereas their substance might perhaps have been serviceable for some other purpose, or for the purpose of manure. But now it is not useful even for this purpose, since you have changed its shape and worship it. And how do you say that you are more pious, you who are the most wicked of all, who deserve destruction of your souls by this very one incomparable sin at the hands of him who is true, if you abide in it?" Pretty strong language, guys. But this is idolatry we're talking about. But yes, Peter does compare it to worthless dung, these images. Peter continues, "But others say, we shall act impiously if we forsake the objects of worship handed down to us by our fathers," said the Catholics and Orthodox. "For it is like the guarding of a deposit. But on this principle the son of a robber or a debauchee ought not to be sober, and to choose the better part, lest he should act impiously in sin by doing differently from his parents. How foolish, then, are they who say, we worship these things that we may not be troublesome to him, as if God were troubled by those who bless him, and not troubled by those who ungratefully blaspheme him." Well, guys, there are people today saying, well, we've got to worship those images. That was handed down to us in the late 700s. That's an ancient tradition. Nope, leave it behind. Peter says, "O men without understanding, you offer your prescribed prayers and thanksgiving even to those who are deader than the dead." In other words, at least a body, a person or an animal that was alive and then died, at least that was alive at some point, but they worship things that were never alive in the first place. Okay, we went through the Peter quotes. There are also a bunch from Recognitions, some that are not included here. I want you guys to let me know at the end of this if you see any room for the possibility that Christians at this time were worshiping holy icons, the holy, sacred, venerable icons, the holy, divine icons. Did you know that the Orthodox literally call them the divine icons? You guys know they call them that? The divine icons. See, guys, I would just ask them, how in the world could it be that they could talk this way if they were worshiping icons the entire time? But that's what they say, guys. They say, oh, the church always worshiped those icons. They just never wrote about it. In fact, they wrote everything against it. But secretly, they were worshiping icons. That's what they teach. Well, if that were true, guys, you'd be hearing all these people we're about to read saying, well, listen, we never worship anything, even though it's, we never worship anything unless it's the right kind of image. We don't worship images if they're of Zeus, but we do worship them if they're of Jesus or the saints. That's what you hear them say. But instead you hear the Christians saying, we don't worship lifeless matter. We don't bow down to it. We don't crouch in adoration to lifeless images. That's what you hear them say. All of them. All right, get ready. And I will say one more thing. Forgive me, guys, but they always say the same thing, that, listen, this is all just examples of pagan idolatry. They say none of these examples are really pertinent to what we're talking about. We're talking about bowing to Christian images, okay? Not pagan ones. But again, guys, I'm just going to say, where is the exception ever made that we can do this with Christians? I want you to keep your eye out for it and tell me if you see any room for bowing to Christian images in all of these quotes. This is Aristides, a very famous church father. He's considered a church father because he was an apologist for the Christian faith. He was a convert from the pagans. He became a Christian, and he convinced many people to also become Christians. And he wrote some famous books. He wrote this famous book called The Apology, meaning a big case that he makes for Christianity and why you should become a Christian. He says, the barbarians then, as they did not apprehend God, went astray among the elements and began to worship things created instead of their creator. But remember, guys, this word for worship means bow down. So they bowed down to things created instead of their creator. And for this end they made images and shut them up in shrines, and lo, they worshipped them, guarding them the while with much care. Great then is the error into which the barbarians wandered in worshipping lifeless images which can do nothing to help them. And he says again, they fell aside from the truth and went after the desire of their imagination, serving the perishable elements and lifeless images. And he says, they have come nearer. Oh, he says, but the Christians, O king, while they went about and made search, have found the truth. And as we learned from their writings, They have come nearer to truth and genuine knowledge than the rest of the nations. They do not worship idols made in the image of man. They don't bow down to idols made in the image of man. Now, what you would expect him to say if they actually were doing that to Christian images is, listen, they don't bow down to any images except the good ones, the Christian ones. He wouldn't say anything about how they're lifeless. You see my point? All right, I'm repeating it because there are some people who need it to be repeated. Not you guys, though. Here's Justin Martyr, another very famous apologist, considered a saint. He has his own feast day in the Catholic and the Orthodox Church. Many of these guys do. I'm pretty sure even Aristides does. Let's look it up. Aristides, church father. Yeah, there he is. They've got their icons of Aristides. Here's his feast day in the Roman Catholic Church. It's August 31st. In the Eastern Orthodox Church, it's September 13th. So guys, just know, I mean, these people that we're about to quote from, that we are quoting from, these are people hailed as church fathers by the Catholics and Orthodox. Okay, we go down to Justin Martyr. He says, neither do we honor with many sacrifices and garlands of flowers such deities as men have formed and set in shrines and called gods, since we see that these are soulless and dead and have not the form of God. For we do not consider that God has such a form, as some say, that they imitate to his honor. For why need we tell you why need we tell you who already know into what forms the craftsmen, carving and cutting, casting and hammering, fashion the materials, which we consider not only senseless but to be even insulting to God, who having ineffable glory and form, thus gets his name attached to things that are corruptible. So they're saying God has indescribable glory and form, and yet he's getting his name attached to these physical objects that people go and worship. And for those listening, any Catholics or Orthodox, you already know this, but for you guys, my friends, just to understand what the Catholics and Orthodox teach here, they say that when you worship an icon, the worship you give to it goes to God like a conduit. That God actually wants to be worshipped through objects. God doesn't mind if he has his name and his glory attached to corruptible objects. He likes that. That's what they teach. Again, Justin Martyr says, he says, this is the sole accusation you pagans bring against us, that we do not reverence the same gods as you do, nor offer to the dead libations and the savor of fat and crowns for their statues and sacrifices. Do you guys know that Catholics and Orthodox like to put crowns on their images? They think that that's very honoring to God and to the saints. They put crowns on them. He says, we don't do those garlands of flowers. We don't do crowns. He says, but since I have not quoted, or here, I'll cut to the chase. He says, to those destitute of a knowledge of God, I mean the heathen, the Gentiles, who having eyes saw not, and having a heart understood not, worshipping the images of wood, how even to them Scripture prophesied that they would renounce these vanities and hope in this Christ. He says, for tell me, was it not God who commanded by Moses that no image or likeness of anything which was in heaven above or which was on the earth should be made? And yet who caused the brazen serpent to be made by Moses in the wilderness, and set it up for a sign by which those bitten by serpents were saved? Yet is he free from unrighteousness. So he's saying God is free from unrighteousness when he did that. For by this, as I previously remarked, he proclaimed the mystery by which he declared that he would break the power of the serpent, which occasioned the transgression of Adam. So guys, the Catholics and Orthodox, I know it sounds weird, guys, but they love this brazen serpent situation in the Old Testament, when God, as he was dealing with the very carnally minded Jews, decided to use an allegory, a kind of illustration of Satan being defeated, by putting this serpent on a cross and telling the people to go and look at this serpent on this cross. And the church fathers say that this is, they had to look at it in order to be healed of their sickness, because they were being bitten by serpents. And the church fathers, such as Barnabas and Justin Martyr, say that this symbolizes the devil being defeated on the cross, that whenever you look at the cross, you are to imagine the devil having been destroyed, having been totally defeated by Christ's death and resurrection.
Well, and Jesus also tells us that it's symbolic of him.
Yes.
In John 3.
It does represent him. And yet the Catholics and Orthodox love to use this situation and say, well, look, this proves that we can all bow to objects. But guys, nobody in this situation ever bowed to the object. Actually, later, like a long time, hundreds of years later, after this bronze serpent on a pole was set up, guys, in just outside of Israel, there were some people who did go and worship it, and there was a righteous Israelite king who destroyed it. Here, why don't we show you that verse? That would be King Hezekiah broke it up. This is 2 Kings 18. Let me get this for you real quick. It says, and it came to pass in the 3rd year of Osi, son of Elah, king of Israel, that Hezekiah, son of Achaz, king of Judah, began to reign. 25 years old was he when he began to reign, and he reigned 29 years in Jerusalem. And his mother's name was Abu, daughter of Zacharias. And he did that which was right in the sight of the Lord, according to all that his father David did. He removed the high places, that means like the altars that the Israelites had been worshiping false gods on, and broke in pieces the pillars, and utterly destroyed the groves, and he destroyed the brazen serpent which Moses made, because until those days the children of Israel burnt incense to it, and they called it Nehushtan. So he's saying they were worshiping it, they were bowing down to this thing, and they were burning incense to it. So until that time, guys, I mean, nobody had been doing that, but they started doing it after they came out of the Promised Land, and they were bound to this thing. So, I mean, the Catholics and Orthodox do not put themselves in a good camp when they say, well, didn't God make an object and tell the Israelites to look at it to be healed? Yeah, but he didn't say they could bow to it. And the people who did start bowing to it were in big trouble. And the righteous king Hezekiah destroyed it so that nobody would bow to it, which is a lesson to us that even if a thing should be completely harmless, and that even if it should never be worshipped by anybody until a certain point, then we should destroy it. If people start worshiping an object, we really should just destroy it so that nobody else worships it in the future. That would be wise. You're going to see some more quotes here where the church fathers say, you shouldn't even have anything resembling an idol. That's what they say. So this is a bad example that they use, and Justin and Tertullian, as we're about to read, they tell us why God allowed them to have this thing. It was only as a symbol, only as a sign to them, and God made those illustrations for them because they were very carnally minded, and they needed those illustrations to help them because they were so dull in their senses and were not very spiritual in their thinking. We Christians, we can think spiritually, and we don't need all these pictures all the time, these illustrations, but we should worship God in spirit and truth. Without objects. We don't need objects to worship God. And Justin continues saying while he's rebuking all these Greeks, he's quoting their own Sibyl. He's quoting their own prophetess who used to say things about the Greeks and who wrote down the sayings of their own Greek prophetess. Her name she was called the Sibyl, and this is something that she said. She said, but we have strayed from the immortal's ways and worship with a dull and senseless mind idols, the workmanship of our own hands, and images and figures of dead men. And see, Justin is saying, look, guys, your own Sibyl is rebuking you guys. You Greeks know that you shouldn't be doing this. You see, guys, images and the figures of dead men. I hope the Orthodox and Catholics are listening. And again, somewhere else, they say, blessed shall be those men upon the earth who shall love the great God before all else, who shall abjure all shrines, meaning they hate all shrines that they may see, and all altars and vain figures of dumb stones. So this is something that their own prophetess and prophet said. So guys, we Christians, we don't have shrines either. Do you guys know that the Catholics and Orthodox have shrines in their houses? Did you know this? Orthodox shrine in house. And guys, they don't even hesitate to call them shrines. Did you know that? Look at this. This is what they have. They will pick a corner in their house and they'll set up a shrine. And don't think, guys, that these are like the most elaborate ones around. All of them look like this. Orthodox pride themselves on their shrines, and the Catholics do. I've seen them. I've been in a Catholic house. I didn't like pick the person who had the biggest shrine when I went to their house, but their shrine looked just like this. So guys, Christians don't have shrines. We don't do that. You guys, they light candles and they kiss their icons. They bow down in their shrines. Like, let me look it up. Orthodox bowing in front of shrine. This is what they do in their houses. I should say in-house. They will pick their little corner, their little nook in the house, and they'll bow down. Well, they're giving me a lot of inside pictures, but it's good for you guys to see what the insides of their churches look like too. Yeah, they have little ceremonies where they'll have the people walk up to the front and kiss the icon. Look at that. Okay, we're going to keep reading quotes. Yes. So he's quoting, he's saying, look, even your own prophetesses have prophesied and said, blessed will be those people who abjure all shrines which they may see, all altars and vain figures of dumb stones. And the only altar we have, guys, is whatever place where the Eucharist is sitting. We call that an altar. Not that we have some kind of shrine, but just that the place where the sacrifice, where Christ's body and blood sits, we call that the altar. But we don't have like actual altars and shrines that we set up. Here's more from Justin. He says, and if any person investigates the subject of images and inquires on what ground those who first fashioned your gods conceived that they had the forms of men, he will find that this also was derived from the divine history. For seeing that Moses' history, speaking in the person of God, says, let us make man in our image and likeness, these persons, under the impression that this meant that men were like God in form, began thus to fashion their gods, supposing they would make a likeness from a likeness. So he's saying a lot of people started this whole idol worship thing from the concept of God having made man in his image. And they said, oh, God has an image, so we can make images of God. We can make images of the image. And Justin continues quoting them against themselves, saying, but many of us mortals err, meaning we make error in our heart, and set up for a solace in our woes images of the gods in stone and brass, or figures carved in gold or ivory, and furnishing for these our handiworks, both sacrifice and rite magnificent, we think that thus we do a pious work. You see the emphasis on gold and ivory? You see how carnal that is? To think that if you make an image of Jesus and you plaster it with gold, then God will be worshipped through that. But they do that, guys. Why don't you look it up sometime? Orthodox icon overlaid with gold. They do this. They love to make the borders and the rings all around their icons in gold. And their buildings also. I mean, all the places where they set them up in gold, engraved in gold. Ridiculous. He says, if anyone should dream, he's quoting again one of their philosophers, who said, if anyone should dream, O Pamphilus, by sacrifice of bulls or goats, nay, then by Jupiter, of any such things, or of any such like things, or by presenting gold or purple robes, or images of ivory and gems, if thus he thinks he may propitiate God, he errs, meaning he makes an error, and shows himself a silly one. So true. You cannot propitiate God with images of ivory and gems. Even the Greeks, some of them, admitted that, and they knew how foolish they were. But we're back to it, back to idolatry. All right, here is Melito of Sardis, and I did put dates up here in case you guys are wanting those dates. This is very early. Melito says, there are, however, persons who say, it is for the honor of God that we make the image, in order, that is, that we may worship the God who is concealed from our view. But they are unaware that God is in every country and in every place, and is never absent, and that there is not anything done, and he knows it not. Yet you, despicable man, within whom he is, and within whom he is, within whom he is, and without whom he is, and above whom he is, you have nevertheless gone and bought yourself wood from the carpenters, and it is carved and made into an image, insulting to God. To this you offer sacrifice, and you know not that the all-seeing eye sees you, and that the word of truth reproves you, meaning he rebukes you, and says to you, how can the unseen God be sculptured? Nay, it is the likeness of yourself that you make and worship, because the wood has been sculptured. Have you not the insight to perceive that it is still wood, or that the stone is still stone? Though you have eyes, do you not see? And though you have intelligence, do you not understand? why do you wallow on the ground and offer supplication to things which are without sense? Tell me you guys see the emphasis here. Why would any person bow to something without sense? That's the emphasis. Never once, guys, are you going to hear any Christian say, you guys are bowing to the wrong objects that don't have any sense. You need to bow to the right senseless objects. You're doing the wrong ones. You're never going to hear anybody say that. Here's Theophilus, another well-respected church bishop. He says they worship stones and wood and other kinds of material substances, the images, as we have just been saying, of dead men. So guys, this concept of paying honor to people who've died by bowing down to their images, it's very ancient. The Greeks were doing it, and people all around the world. He says, we have shown from their own histories, which they have compiled, that the names of those who are called gods are found to be the names of men who lived among them, as we have shown above. And these the mass of foolish men serve, whilst they reject the maker and fashioner of all things, and the nourisher of all breath of life, giving credit to vain doctrines through the deceitfulness of the senseless tradition received from their fathers. Hello, Orthodox and Catholics. He says, we know that all things are arranged by his providence, but by him alone. He says, and he quotes again, you shall not bow yourself to them, nor serve them. Yes, their emphasis is on not bowing and not doing any service to these images. You guys see the emphasis? It's by him alone. God doesn't have a bunch of saints helping him to arrange things. He's in control of it all. Dead saints who receive some incense and then go and do something for God. Give me a break. Here's Athenagoras, another well-known and well-loved apologist of Christianity, still writing in the 100s, and I'm pretty sure even Athenagoras is a saint in the Catholic and Orthodox Church. Let's see here. Let's confirm. Let's see here. Yes, venerated in Roman Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodox Church, and he has his own feast day in the Orthodox Church. All right, let's read Athenagoras. See, guys, if they didn't like these quotes, they should just not be venerating these people as saints. They shouldn't be having feast days celebrating their martyrdoms, but they do. Here's Athenagoras. He says, because the multitude, who cannot distinguish between matter and God, or see how great is the interval which lies between them, pray to idols made of matter. Are we, therefore, who do distinguish and separate the uncreated and the created, that which is and that which is not, that which is apprehended by the understanding and that which is perceived by the senses, and who give the fitting name to each of them, are we to come and worship images? Again, that means bow down to images. The Catholics and Orthodox imagine him saying, well, should we do it to your images? Of course we do it to our own images. We're just keeping that a secret. But see, he's an apologist, guys. What he should be saying, according to Orthodox and Catholics, and what he would be saying if people were bowing to images, is you guys need to start bowing to our images of Jesus and the saints. Come on over and bow to the right ones. You'll never hear them say it. He says, and as we do not hold the pottery of more worth than him who made it, nor the vessels of glass and gold than him who wrought them. He says, you perceive then that the time since representations of form and the making of images began is so short that we can name the artist of each particular god. He says, they are nothing but earth and stones and matter and curious art. But since it is affirmed by some that although these are only images, yet there exist gods in honor of whom they are made, and that the supplications and sacrifices presented to the images are to be referred to the gods, and are in fact made to the gods, and that there is not any other way of coming to them, for it is hard for man to meet in presence of visible God. Yeah, so he's saying that's what they say. They're like, well, listen, it's hard for us to actually commune with God because we can't even see him, so we need images. And they say these are just images. These are gods in honor of whom they're made. Yes, this is a pagan argument that sacrifices and supplications presented to the images are to be referred to the gods. That's what pagans say. But it's also what the Catholics and Orthodox say. He continues, that in various places, cities, and nations, certain effects are brought about in the name of idols, we are far from denying. It is necessary for me, however, in attempting to show who they are that produce the effects ascribed to the idols, and that they are not gods. He says, they who draw men to idols, then, are the aforesaid demons, who are eager for the blood of the sacrifices and lick them. And he says, making human woes the materials of religious worship, they were the first, he's saying the philosophers were the first to entice men to idols, nay, to build up the stupidity of the nations with blocks of wood and stone, that is, statues and images. So you hear how Justin says, look, I know that you guys say that there are certain effects brought about by the name of idols. He says, we don't deny that. We don't deny there are miracles. He says, it's necessary, though, for me to tell you who's bringing about those effects. He says, it's the demons. So don't be convinced, guys, if you ever hear somebody saying, hey, there's some miracles associated with this icon or this statue, don't listen to them. And also be careful not to say, oh, I don't believe it. That's impossible. There could be no miracles. Not so fast, guys. There could be. You need to make sure that's not your argument. How do you know that some demon didn't perform some miracle to convince somebody to bow to it? Don't let that be a stumbling block for you, because if somebody proves to you that some image of Mary started bleeding out of her eyes or some ridiculous miracle that they say happened, are you going to start worshiping that? You better not. So don't let your response be, oh, I don't think that's possible. Let it be, you know what, even if it did do that, I'm never going to bow to that image. That's demonic. I'm a Christian. I don't bow down to images. Okay, that concludes the quotes from Athenagoras. Here is Irenaeus. We have a few quotes from the Bishop of Lyon, which was in France. This is Irenaeus, the disciple of Polycarp, the disciple of the Apostle John. And he says, they also have an image, he's talking about the Gnostic heretics, they also have an image of Simon Magus, fashioned after the likeness of Jupiter, and another of Helena in the shape of Minerva, and these they worship. So he is showing the fault in these heretics, that they have these images of their founder of the sect, Simon Magus, and of his harlot named Helena. He says, and they bow to these images. Again, he's saying this to show their evil. He wouldn't even mention it if it was something that, like, oh, they're bound to the wrong images, guys. He would just say, they should be bound to our images, crazy people. Again, Irenaeus says, these men, moreover, practice magic, and they use images, incantations, invocations, and every other kind of curious art. Doesn't sound like Irenaeus is bowing to images. He's shocked at them. They're using images, and they're bowing to them. They're worshiping them. Again, Irenaeus says, they style themselves Gnostics. They also possess images, some of them painted, and others formed from different kinds of material, while they maintain that a likeness of Christ was made by Pilate at that time when Jesus lived among them. They crown these images and set them up along with the images of the philosophers of the world, that is to say, with the images of Pythagoras and Plato and Aristotle and the rest. They have also other modes of honoring these images after the same manner of the heathen. It doesn't sound very positive from Irenaeus. Maybe we'll come to another church father who says something nice about the images. Here's Clement of Alexandria. Boy, do we have a lot of quotes from him. We're just going to read the red, though, guys. We're going to go really fast. Excuse me while I get a drink of water. Nolan, you're also welcome to read some of these if you want. Is Nolan still with us? Are you busy right now, Nolan? You'd give my throat a nice break from the thrashing I'm about to give it here from reading all this. All right, he's busy. When he comes back, he can help me out. Okay, here we go. Let's hear from Clement of Alexandria, who was the disciple of Pantaenus, the chief teacher of Alexandria, and Pantaenus himself was also taught by men who knew the apostles. So this is apostolic succession right here. Okay, Clement says, superstition, then, as it was to be expected, having taken its rise thus, became the fountain of insensate wickedness, and not being subsequently checked, but having gone on, augmenting and rushing along in full flood, it became the originator of many demons, and was displayed in sacrificing hecatombs, meaning large numbers of sacrifices at once, appointing solemn assemblies, setting up images, and building temples. Guys, in the early church, they didn't build temples either. That's not something we believe in. What's the use of a temple? A temple is just a place to set up a bunch of sacred artifacts and things. But we Christians, we don't have any sacred objects to go and set up in a temple. It's true that, I mean, the closest thing you'll ever get are the bones of the martyrs, but we bury those. We don't set them up in a temple. But after Nicaea, guys, they started actually digging up bones of martyrs who had been laid to rest, and they started putting them on display in churches, which is very dishonoring. So now we have a new use for temples. We can have all these sacred relics and things that we dishonor by chopping them up, chopping off John Chrysostom's ear and putting it in a box for everybody to look at. Ridiculous. I don't think he feels honored by that. Okay, Christians don't have images. They don't build temples. You're going to hear that repeated. And Clement says, but do you know at length, or he says, but do you now at length quite give up, this is a command. He says, but do you now at length quite give up your superstition, feeling ashamed to regard sepulchres with religious veneration? If, in addition, I take and set before you for inspection these very images, you will, as you go over them, find how truly silly is the custom in which you've been reared of worshiping the senseless work of man's hands. I'm going to point it out every single time, guys. Senseless, worshiping the senseless work of man's hands. That's always the emphasis. It's not alive. Don't be taken in by any Catholic or Orthodox who says to you, oh no, you're allowed to bow to something senseless as long as it's the right object. It's never spoken once in the early church. He continues, but when art flourished, error increased. You have made images of human form, by which you have produced a counterfeit of piety, and slandered the truth, is now as clear as can be, but such proof as the point may demand must not be declined. He says, here at least your own philosopher, the Ephesian Heraclitus, upbraiding, that means like criticizing, images with their senselessness. He says, and to these images they pray, with the same result as if one were to talk to the walls of his house. For are they not to be wondered at who worship stones and place them before the doors as if capable of activity? And these images are more worthless than any animal. For if some living creatures have not all the senses, as worms and caterpillars, and such as even from the first appear imperfect, as moles and the shrew mouse, which Nicander says is blind and uncouth, yet are they superior to those utterly senseless idols and images. For they have some one sense, say for example hearing or touching, or something analogous to smell or taste, while images do not possess even one sense. But images, being motionless, inert, and senseless, are bound, nailed, glued. They are melted, filed, sawed, polished, carved. The senseless earth is dishonored by the makers of images, who change it by their art from its proper nature and introduce men to worship it. And again, that means to bow to it. But we have no sensible image of sensible matter, but an image that is perceived by the mind alone, God, who alone is truly God. Don't worry, any Catholic or Orthodox asking the question, they have this clever argument. We're gonna answer it a little bit if we have time, where they say, well, didn't Jesus become matter? So we can worship matter. Wasn't it all right to bow to Jesus? He was made of matter. Well, we're going to hear some church fathers talk about the fact that Jesus took on a physical form. And they're going to say, well, this was extremely humiliating for God, who's divine, to dwell in something that is not divine, something that is so pathetic. But God glorified it. And Jesus, when he was raised from the dead, he even made it to be a participant in divinity with him. But during that time, guys, it was very humiliating for Jesus to be part of some kind of lowly matter. And see, they love to still depict him in that state, which is dishonoring to Jesus. Why would you keep depicting him in that form? He continues, this is Clement of Alexandria. He says, matter always needs art to fashion it, but the deity needs nothing. Art has come forward to do its work, and the matter is clothed with its shape, and while the preciousness of the material makes it capable of being turned to profitable account, it is only on account of its form that it comes to be deemed worthy of veneration. Your image, if considered as to its origin, is gold It is wood, it is stone, it is earth, which has received shape from the artist's hand. But I have been in the habit of walking on the earth, not of worshiping it. He says, I've been in the habit of walking on the earth, not of worshiping it. For I hold it wrong to entrust my spirit's hopes to things destitute of the breath of life. But it is with a different kind of spell that art deludes you. If it leads you not to the indulgence of amorous affections, it leads you to pay religious honor and worship to images and pictures. The picture is like, well and good. Let art receive its meed of praise. He says, let art receive its meed of praise, but let it not receive man by passing itself off for truth. Or, I'm sorry, let it not deceive man by passing itself off for truth. So here Clement even says, great, the picture is like, meaning, oh, that's a like representation. That's a very similar picture you made there. Oh, great job. Well and good. But don't let that art, receive anything beyond what it deserves, any praise beyond what it deserves. It's just art. He says, let it not deceive man by passing itself off for truth. And see, guys, that's what the Catholics and Orthodox say. They say, as long as you have an approved image and you're bowing down to it, then the honor you're paying to it, all the worship and the service, it goes to the saint who's depicted in it. And they say, but it has to actually look just like him for it to count. They're so strict in their mind. We're so strict because we always make a rule that it has to be an approved image, an image approved by our church in order for it to actually have its effect. But guys, how can an image, a picture of somebody, pass itself off for truth, like Clement says here? It's just a picture. You don't even know what those people looked like. They make all kinds of pictures. Of saints who they don't even know what they look like. And even worse, they make them of Christ. They don't even know what Jesus looked like. Or rather, the early church tells us what he looked like in some small descriptions, but the images we have now don't even come close to what Jesus looked like. Jesus was an ugly man, and the churches do not depict him as ugly when they're depicting him in the icons. So it's not even the truth. He says they're just deceiving people. You're making these images of your imagination of imaginary pictures of people. You have no idea what they look like. He says, you then will show yourselves inferior to apes by cleaving to stone and wood and gold and ivory images and to pictures. He says, and of what kind, on the other hand, are your other images? Diminutive pans and naked girls and drunken satyrs and phallic tokens painted naked in pictures disgraceful for filthiness. Guys, somebody might say, what does this have to do with the Catholics and Orthodox? Well, guys, the Catholics are well known for making tons of nude pictures. The Catholics are obsessed with nude pictures, men and women. If you go into any of their basilicas, any of their cathedrals, they've just got it everywhere. And they even do have some naked icons. It's not as popular in the icons, but they do have this famous one. I'm not even going to tell you which one, but it's a naked woman. And they think it's fine. Oh, it's an icon of a naked woman. It's so holy. You should look at it and kiss it. Yeah, sure. How can such a thing be holy? Give me a break. But Clement says, what kind, on the other hand, are your other images? They are all these animals and creatures and naked girls. And more than this, you're not ashamed in the eyes of all to look at representations of all forms of licentiousness which are portrayed in public places, but set them up and guard them with scrupulous care, consecrating these pillars of shamelessness at home, as if, forsooth, they were the images of your gods. And if anybody says, oh, we don't have images of gods anymore, well, yeah, they do. They have images of Jesus, and they even have images of God the Father. Both Catholics and Orthodox have images of God the Father, guys. They just make an old man with a beard, and they say it's holy. Wicked, very wicked. So just so you know, if you see any quote where they're talking about making images of gods, don't let anybody say, well, we're not making images of the gods. Well, yeah, you are. You're making them of God the Father and the Son. You Catholics and Orthodox. Repent. That's evil. And he continues quoting these the philosophers. He says, happy therefore, so to say, alone are all those with one accord, who shall refuse to look on any temples and altars, worthless seats of dumb stones, and idols of stone, and images made by hands. Again, guys, even the philosophers knew these things. Yes, happy is the person who refuses to look on any temples. Guys, Christians don't have temples. Our bodies are temples. That's what God wants to be worshipped in, not something that you made with your hands. And again, Clement says, "For we are expressly prohibited from exercising a deceitful art. For you shall not make, says the prophet, the likeness of anything which is in heaven above or on the earth beneath." But while you bestow the greatest pains that the image may be fashioned with the most exquisite beauty possible, you exercise no care to guard against your becoming like images for stupidity. Accordingly, with the utmost clearness and brevity, the prophetic word condemns this practice. For all the gods of the nations are the images of demons, but God made the heavens and what is in heaven. So, guys, this is an actual quote from Scripture. All the gods of the nations are the images of demons. And as you're about to hear, if you guys haven't heard it already, the church fathers expressly say that demons like to live in images. Whenever they see somebody offering sacrifice and worship and prayers to something that is not to God, but rather to an object, the demon goes in that object. He kind of like gets in the way of your line of sight, your line of fire, and he receives it. And so you become guilty of a great impiety because you chose to direct your prayers and your worship to an object. And demons live in those objects and they receive it. And guess what? You become a demon worshiper by worshiping objects. And I pray you repent of it if you're any of those people listening. Clement of Alexandria says, "You are indebted," he's talking to the Greeks, "you are indebted to the Hebrews who do not worship through vain deceits, the works of men, of gold, and brass and silver and ivory, and images of dead men, of wood and stone, which other men, led by their foolish inclinations, worship, but raise to heaven pure arms when they rise from bed, purifying themselves with water, and worship alone the Eternal who reigns forevermore." Again, guys, understand this word worship means bowing. So just understand when it says they worship alone God, that means they're not bowing to anything else. They bow to God, and they don't need to bow to an object. They can bow at any time, in any place, and pray to God, but they do not do it to objects. Here again, Clement says, "But against the worshippers of idols he is exasperated, saying, 'To whom will you liken the Lord, or to what likeness will you compare him? Be not therefore idolaters, but even now beware of the threatenings, for the graven images and the works of men's hands shall wail, or rather they that trust in them, for matter is devoid of sensation.'" You see this emphasized over and over again? We don't worship senseless matter. "For then, says a certain prophecy, the affairs here turn out unfortunately when men put their trust in images." What is this a quote from? Excuse me, I'm going to look this up. I wonder what this is a quote from. Nolan, will you find what he's quoting there? Anyway, he continues. That life, then, which is occupied with so much earnestness about matter, seems to me to be nothing else than full of insanity, and custom, which has made you taste bondage and unreasonable care, is fostered by vain opinion and ignorance, which has proved to the human race the cause of unlawful rites and delusive shows, and also of deadly plagues and hateful images. Purify yourselves from custom, he says, by sprinkling yourselves with the drops of truth. Yes, there is a lie in every image, guys. Multiple lies. I wonder if I could keep track of all of them. Like, first of all, the image is not even what the person actually looks like. Second of all, even if it did look like the person and you're praying to the image, they still can't hear your prayers. Thirdly, God has never told you to pray to that thing. It's a lie that God is glorified, or even that that person is glorified by you bowing to them. You think if Mary was here, she'd say, "Yeah, keep bowing to that image of me." You think if Peter were here, he would say that? He wouldn't even let a guy bow to him when he was alive. He said, "Stand up, I too am just a man." You think Peter would allow you to bow to his image, but not to him standing there in real life? Ridiculous. Yes, there's a lie in all this image worship, multiple lies. Here again, Clement says what we all have expected them to say. "For they are not endowed with sensation, so as to render them capable of death, but only things of wood and stone that hold despotic sway over men, insulting and violating life through the force of custom." Oh, happier for the boasts, or oh, happier for the beasts than men involved in error, who live in ignorance as you, but do not counterfeit the truth. He's saying the beasts are happier than you because at least they don't counterfeit the truth. There are no tribes of flatterers among men. Fishes have no superstition. The birds worship not a single image. Only they look with admiration on heaven, since, deprived as they are of reason, they are unable to know God. So are you not ashamed for living through so many periods of life in impiety, making yourselves more irrational than irrational creatures? We must have no communion with demons, nor must we crown the living image of God after the manner of dead idols. You see, guys, how they don't do the crowns? Catholics and Orthodox do the crowns. They like to crown their images. Again, guys, it's just straight from the pagans. There's just nothing new under the sun. They're just doing the same old thing. Further, it were irrational in us who have heard that the Lord was crowned with thorns, to crown ourselves with flowers, insulting thus the sacred passion of the Lord. Those, therefore, who are devoted to the image of the beautiful, that is, love of finery, not the beautiful itself, and who, under a fair name, again practice idolatry, are to be banished far from the truth. So he's saying these people don't even know what's truly beautiful. They're devoted to the image of the beautiful and not to beauty itself. This goes for all the women who want to adorn their faces with makeup or with fancy clothes, or men too, who like to buy all their fancy shoes and poof up their hair in the mirror. That's not true beauty. That's a fake version of beauty. True beauty is internal, and we Christians who are spiritually minded understand what true adoration and love for God looks like. It is not in worshiping objects, but it is in worshiping God in the mind. And of course, we do still take a posture toward God, but when we bow, we're not looking at an object to bow to, like a carnal person who actually worships objects. When we bow, we see God. Like, for instance, I've bowed before in front of my washing machine. And it's not because I'm bowing in front of my washing machine like I'm actually worshiping it. It just happens to be in front of me. But I'm actually bowing, and I know that God is everywhere all around me and sees me and is in my presence, and I am in his. And so I bow and pray to him. So understand that, guys. The posture of prayer is an important thing that we should all take. We should bow. But these Catholics and Orthodox and all the other pagans, they actually, when they bow in front of an object, they believe that object is holy and that God receives their worship and their veneration and adoration through the object. So for them, it's not just a coincidence that something's sitting in front of them. Oh no, they're doing it deliberately when they bow in front of an object. He says again, and if Moses commanded men to make not an image to represent God by art, etc., etc. Yes, we do not make images to represent God by art. He says, for we are not to delineate the faces of idols. And he talks about a story here. He says, Numa, the king of the Romans, was a Pythagorean, and aided by the precepts of Moses, prohibited from making an image of God in human form and of the image of a living creature. Accordingly, during the first 170 years, though building temples, they made no cast or graven image, for Numa secretly showed them that the best of beings could not be apprehended except by the mind alone. So he's saying one of the earliest Roman kings actually forbade all the people in his country from bowing to images or even making images. And he says he took that idea from Moses. Yes, again, he says, when talking about senseless mass, he says, not as a stupid and useless image. Here again, he says, and the law itself exhibits justice and teaches wisdom by abstinence from sensible images, meaning something that you can touch. He's not saying that the image can actually sense anything. He's just saying that you can sense it by touching it. Yeah, that's not how we connect with God. It's not by touching and grabbing stuff. It is invisibly. The only time we ever touch God and experience God physically is when we take the Eucharist. That's the only time that God has given us a way of actually interacting with him in a physical way. All right, he continues, for he who prohibited the making of a graven image would never himself have made an image in the likeness of holy things. And he says, and since the Gnostic Moses, by the way, when he calls Moses Gnostic, he's responding to these people who call themselves Gnostics. Gnostic means knowledge, so they were these people who said, we have special, secret, hidden knowledge. We're the people with the true knowledge. And Clement responds to them by saying, you guys aren't Gnostics. I mean, I'll tell you what a real Gnostic is. I'll tell you somebody who really knows secret things. He says, since the Gnostic Moses does not circumscribe within space him that cannot be circumscribed, he set up no image in the temple to be worshipped, showing that God was invisible and incapable of being circumscribed, and somehow leading the Hebrews to the conception of God by the honor for his name in the temple. He says, and Zeno, the founder of the Stoic sect, says in this book of the Republic that we ought to make neither temples nor images, for that no work is worthy of the gods. And he was not afraid to write in these very words, there will be no need to build temples, for a temple is not worth much, and ought not to be regarded as holy. For nothing is worth much and holy, which is the work of builders and mechanics. And again, Clement says, God is like no one, wherefore no one can come to the knowledge of him from an image. This is something common that the Catholics and Orthodox say. They say, well, what about people who can't read? What if they can't read the Bible? Well, they need an image, they say. We're about to read a quote at the very bottom here, where somebody says that. Well, if they can't read, don't they have to just learn through pictures? Well, wait a second, guys. Isn't the primary way that we learn things by preaching? I mean, there's nothing wrong with having a reminder, some picture of some biblical scene. But, I mean, even then, if you had a biblical scene, you wouldn't really understand what was happening in the biblical scene unless somebody described it to you. Even to this day, guys, if you look up Orthodox icons, you're going to notice something. I mean, these icons don't tell you the gospel. Look at this icon. What the heck? All these swords stabbing Mary. What the heck does that mean? You would have to have somebody explain to you why she's being stabbed with 7 swords. They would give you their explanation. And that goes for many of these icons. Many times you have something like Jesus making a strange hand gesture or something. These things still require words. Don't let anybody tell you that, just because there are some people that can't read, that therefore we just need icons. Well, no, you would preach to them verbally. That's how they would learn. The gospel is preached through words. God invented words, and he teaches us through words. God didn't just do a bunch of pictures. Although the nature itself is a way of getting to know God, and we certainly can meditate on God's works. His power is creation, and we're to know that God is God and that he made these things and worship him accordingly. But still, the teachings of Christ's doctrines, those things don't just come through a picture. They come through teaching with words. But again, I'm introducing you to the games they play and their justifications. Nolan, are you here by any chance? All right, I'm back to it. Nolan's not going to bail me out. I'm recovering from a sore throat, but I'm doing it. I'm going to get through this. How long have we been going? We got plenty of time, guys. Only an hour and 17 minutes. We're going to knock this out. If I can just start reading faster. Clement again says, but they also, in the instance of this commandment, having become devoid of sense and addicting themselves to graven images, are judged unless they repent. But those who would not abide by those heavenly bodies assigned to them, but fell away from them to stocks and stones, were counted, as it said, as chaff dust, and as a drop from a jar, beyond salvation, cast away from the body. He says, but to us an idol is nothing in the world, since nothing among created things can be a likeness of God. And further, to be taught that none of those images which they worship can be similitudes. Yeah, it's not even a similitude. I mean, who would be so, meaning it's not an analogy, it's not a metaphor, who could be so insane as to suggest that the body Jesus came down in, that small, ugly, frail body, that was some kind of image of God, that by looking upon Christ, you were comprehending God's glory. Don't you guys see that the opposite is what happened? And they love to make pictures of Christ, thinking that by making a picture of Christ, they can worship God more easily because they can see him. But guys, watch our video about Christ's appearance. Listen to the early church's testimony of what he actually looked like. That was not a catalyst to worshiping Christ more easily, look in his face, look in his body. It was actually an impediment. It was an obstacle that made it more difficult to worship Christ because of his inglorious form that had no beauty nor comeliness. It had no glory. It was inglorious even more than any of the sons of men, the scriptures tell us. So I just feel sorry for anybody who is so carnally minded that they feel like they have to see an object or touch it. They have to see God and feel him in order to worship him. You know what Jesus said to Thomas? You believe because you saw, Thomas, but blessed are those who believe without seeing. Blessed are those people who can look at Jesus in glorious form and still worship him despite his physical image, because that physical image sure doesn't do him any favors. It doesn't give you a picture of his glory or of his divinity. It's actually a stumbling block. People used to look at Jesus and disbelieve in him and fall away. Man, I feel sorry for the Catholics and Orthodox, because if they were to see Jesus, they disbelieve in him, because they are so dependent on needing to see something, and especially see something that's pretty. Clement continues. He says, "Nor do we shut up in temples made with hands that which contains all things." So he says we don't shut up God in temples. There's no holy place to worship God, guys. You're already in the holy place. You're in your body. Your soul lives in the body. That's your place to worship God all the time, everywhere. Not in a specific building. God's not in a specific building. He says, "What work of builders and stonecutters and mechanical art can be holy?" Let me read that one more time for anybody listening. What work of builders and stonecutters and mechanical art can be holy? He says again, "Now the images and temples constructed by mechanics are made of inert matter, so that they too are inert and material and profane. Works of art cannot then be sacred and divine." This is that big zinger quote from Clement. Works of art cannot then be sacred and divine. File it away for your memory. This is the early church view. And Clement was the chief teacher of Alexandria. All Christians in Alexandria went to Clement. And he was a presbyter there, an elder, serving the bishop. And here's Tertullian. Tertullian says, "In reference then to these," oh, again, now this is Tertullian, a presbyter, an elder in Carthage, and the chief teacher there, the most respected teacher, and for many centuries still very respected too, and constantly appealed to by bishops and councils as an authoritative voice. Here is Tertullian. He says, "In reference then to these, I see only names of dead men of ancient times. I hear fabulous stories. I recognize sacred rites founded on mere myths. As to the actual images, I regard them as simply pieces of matter akin to the vessels and utensils in common use among us." So true. Guys, the sacred rites and all their beliefs about a bunch of the martyrs or the so-called saints long after Nicaea, guys, they are based on myths. There are so many stories associated with the so-called saints of the Catholic and Orthodox Church that are totally made up and bogus, crazy stories that they make up. You should look them up sometimes. You should look up Christian mystics in the Catholic Church or the Orthodox Church. They have some of the craziest stories ever. Here again, Tertullian says, "But plain it is, these objects of your worship have no sense of the injuries and disgraces of their consecrating, as they are equally unconscious of the honors paid to them." See, guys, the emphasis, again, now from Tertullian. They're not alive, they're not conscious, they can't sense anything. He says, "If we refuse our homage to statues and frigid images, the very counterpart of their dead originals, with which hawks and mice and spiders are so well acquainted, does it not merit praise instead of penalty that we have rejected what we have come to see is error? We cannot surely be made out to injure those who we are certain are non-entities. What does not exist is in its non-existence secure from suffering." He's like, don't be angry at us, guys, for rejecting your gods. They don't even know how much we despise them because they're not alive. And you guys see how insulting the church fathers are toward this concept of bowing to an object? He says, "We refuse homage to statues and frigid images." Frigid is where we get the word refrigerator. It just means cold. He's saying your cold images, we refuse to pay any homage to them, the very counterpart of their dead originals, with which hawks and mice and spiders are so well acquainted. He's saying, you know that your spiders sometimes kind of crawl on the face of your images? He's saying, how dishonoring. Don't you see that there's nothing holy about those things? Again, he says, "Yet surely, if worship were rendered to any visible object, the very place for its exhibition would be the shrine, and that all the more that the worship, however unreasonable, had no need there to fear outside beholders. For entrance to the holy place was permitted to the priests alone, while all vision was forbidden to others by an outspread curtain. Yes, he's talking about how the Jews did not worship objects. Yes, I mean, the Catholics and Orthodox love to bring up the Ark of the Covenant and say, oh, yeah, God did make an object, and he told them to carry it around and pay it with respect. Yeah, but guys, that was for the Jews. I mean, you really want to associate yourself with the Jews? But notice how even that argument doesn't work because God was trying to teach them to pay reverence to the invisible. And so God made sure that the Ark of the Covenant, this thing that everybody heard was so holy, he made sure that this thing was covered at all times, whenever it was in public, covered, catacalyptoed with a veil so that you couldn't see it. You guys see how clever God is? Do you see how wise he is? He's trying to teach the Israelites to worship that which is invisible. That's what he's telling them to pay homage to. So he keeps it in this big tabernacle behind all these veils, hidden, which nobody gets to see. And when they travel, he drapes it with a cloth so that nobody can see it. Do you see the spirit of it? God doesn't want you to worship visible things. And yet, what do the Catholics and Orthodox say? Well, remember they had those objects? Remember those stubborn, carnal, just foolish, childish idol-worshipping Jews? You remember when they had images or objects, not images, objects given to them by God, which God called holy? Yeah, I want to be like them. I am like them, and I'm not ashamed to say it. Wow, how shameful for you to associate yourself with the Jews. You're so stubborn. After all these thousands of years, you still don't get it. God is immaterial. God is invisible. God wants you to worship him in spirit and truth. Oh, man. Yes. He says, especially and on every ground, that which hiding itself under the names and images of dead, the labors to convince man of its divinity by certain signs and miracles and oracles. So I just showed this quote because it's yet another reference. Images of the dead. That's what Tertullian is always pointing out. That this worship they give is always images of dead people. And not only are the people who they depict dead, but even the images themselves are dead. He says, deities are commended to the favor of deceived and deluded human beings when that is offered up to idol images. I find that interesting. He calls them idol images because the Catholics and Orthodox will say, well, not every image is an idol. Well, to the early church, you see them sometimes use those phrases, that term, interchangeably. Idol images. And even in the scriptures, you see it. We can show you guys sometime how many times in the Old Testament idols and images are used completely interchangeably. And an idol is simply an object of any kind that you are paying religious honor to or bowing, or just that you love. An idol is really any object, like a physical object that you just love and adore, whereas an image is an object specifically that's a picture of something. So that's why there would be a distinction between an idol and an image. In the scriptures it says that greed is idolatry, because greed is the love of money, of gold, of all this stuff, of all your physical possessions. That's idolatry. And yet we know that it's not the worship of images necessarily, but that is idolatry to love physical objects and stuff. Does that make sense? Here again, Tertullian says, though pneuma set a-going an eagerness, meaning he set it going, an eagerness after superstitious observances, yet religion among the Romans was not yet a matter of images or temples. You remember Clement of Alexandria saying the same thing, that this king named Numa actually forbade people from making images and bowing to them? He's saying back then they were not yet, the religion among Romans didn't yet consist of images and temples. And by the way, he's speaking disparagingly of having images and temples. Guys, do you think Tertullian could say this if he was aware that in the churches all around the world they had temples and worshipped images? Meaning bow down to images? Do you think he could say that? Do you think Clement of Alexandria could say that earlier? Or Athenagoras or Aristides? No, absolutely not. He says, we are well assured of the real objects to whom these services are offered, under profaning of images and the deification of human names. He says, the whole power of demons and kindred spirits is what are really being honored here. And he says that these things are actually subject to us. You guys worship them, But we Christians have power over demons and kindred spirits. Kindred spirits just means your kin. It means somebody that's related to you, your relatives. So guys, these people were offering sacrifices and all this religious honor to demons and ghosts. And that's what the Catholics and Orthodox are still doing. They're doing it toward these people who were close to them that they loved, and they make images for them and worship them after they died. Here Tertullian says, if the dead, I refer to what you know well enough, defend the living. Oh, he's disparaging. I should quote more of this in red. He says, let it be made clear then, first of all, if those to whom sacrifice is offered are really able to protect either emperor or anybody else, and so adjudge us guilty of treason, if angels and demons, spirits of those most wicked nature, do any good, if the lost save, if the condemned give liberty, and then he says, and if the dead defend the living. So he says that the dead are not defending the living. But the Catholics and Orthodox say, oh no, the dead are absolutely defending us right now. He says, for surely the first thing they would look to would be the protection of their statues and images and temples, which rather owe their safety, I think, to the watch kept by Caesar's guards. So he's saying if these people were really residing in their images, or if they were honored through their images, or if they had the power to go and defend people, well, they'd go defend their images, wouldn't they? But we see all the time that their images are robbed or destroyed by people. So no, guys, those saints and Christ himself are not defending their images. Not at all. They're just profane pictures. God doesn't care about them at all. He says, he speaks to them in this way. He says, you by whom God is despised and images are worshipped. He says, and you cast statues in honor of persons such as these. But when the devil introduced into the world artificers of statues and of images, and of every kind of likeness, etc., etc., he says, because neither is it a question of material, whether an idol be formed of gypsum, or of colors, or of stone, or of bronze, or of silver, or of thread. For since even without an idol, idolatry is committed. When the idol is there, it makes no difference of what kind it be. Okay, let me read that one more time. This is what I was just telling you guys, that you can have idolatry even without an image or a likeness of a person, because idolatry is really just loving the stuff, the physical objects. He says, for since even without an idol, idolatry is committed. When the idol is there, it makes no difference of what kind it be, of what material or of what shape, lest any should think that only to be held an idol which is consecrated in human shape. To establish this point, the interpretation of the word is requisite. Eidos, in Greek, signifies form. Eidolon, derived diminutively from that by an equivalent process in our language, makes formling. So he's saying it means a formling, whereas eidos it means form. Interesting. He says, every form or formling, therefore, claims to be called an idol. Hence, idolatry is all attendance and service about every idol. Hence, also, every artificer of an idol is found guilty of one and the same crime, unless the people, which consecrated for itself the likeness of a calf and not of a man, fell short of incurring the guilt of idolatry. So he's saying, look, when they made a picture of a calf, it wasn't a likeness of a human being, but it was still idolatry. So idolatry really is not just making a human likeness, but it's making any likenesses, and it's making just objects of gold that we bow down to. Or, objects, it doesn't have to be of gold. It's just something that we venerate. But, it's natural with carnally minded people to make these things out of gold, because they think that's what makes something truly valuable. And it is no surprise that the Catholics and Orthodox frequently make their idols out of gold. So foolish. I mean, can you imagine a saint saying, yeah, make that picture of me out of gold. Make sure you make the trim and all the borders out of silver and gold. Yeah, make sure it's very fancy woodwork. Yeah, that's more honoring to me. Can you imagine a Christian? I mean, we're talking about people who lived in poverty. The apostles. Homeless. The apostles were homeless, guys. They didn't have gold. Remember Peter said that silver and gold I don't have, but what I do have I give you. And yet they think that Peter and the apostles and Christ would be so honored if we made this stuff out of gold. And of course they would appeal to the Jews. Don't you remember when God told them to make stuff out of gold? That was just an illustration. It was just to teach those carnal Israelites about what was really valuable, because they didn't know what was really valuable. God had to make a picture for them to show them. He had to put jewels on the high priest's clothes to show them that the high priesthood, that office of the high priest, was the most valuable and precious and great thing. It was greater than any king. And he had to do that. He had to make that illustration for them because they just weren't spiritually minded. But guys, if you need that stuff, if you think you need gold plastered all over a picture of Jesus in order to understand, Jesus' glory, man, I just feel sorry for you. Because Jesus is so much greater than gold. You realize that you're actually just demeaning Jesus by associating himself with that stuff, that physical matter. Here again, he quotes the Old Testament. Thou shalt make no idol, and by conjoining, nor a similitude of the things which are in the heaven, and which are in the earth, and which are in the sea. Has interdicted I wonder how to pronounce that. Has interdicted the servants of God from acts of that kind all the universe over. So we're forbidden from making idols, or even from making a similitude of something which is in heaven, or which is on the earth, or which is in the sea. He says the images of those things are idols. The consecration of the images is idolatry. You who serve stones, and you who make images of gold and silver and wood and stones and clay, and serve phantoms and demons and spirits and fanes, and all errors not according to knowledge, shall find no help from them. The Lord cursed and condemned by priority the artificers of those things, of which he curses and condemns the worshippers. So he's saying God started, when he was prohibiting these things, he started not by saying don't bow to them, but first of all, don't make them. And then he said, also, don't bow to them or serve them. I forget, what are fanes? I forgot what that word means. What is a fane? A fane is a temple or shrine. Oh, of course. Yes. Spirits in temples. Yes, and they do now, as of like the 1600s or 1700s, they do now have consecration ceremonies for their images that they make. But they didn't have that before. But nowadays they say, oh no, look, an image is not holy until we've had a little consecration ceremony to say that it's officially holy. And then it would be a great sin to smash that icon. But anyway, Tertullian says, the images of those things are idols, and the consecration of the images is idolatry. Again, Tertullian says, therefore, as to what relates to the honors due to kings or emperors, we have a prescript sufficient that it behooves us to be in all obedience, according to the apostles' precept, be subject to magistrates and princes and powers. But, listen to this, guys, but within the limits of discipline, so long as we keep ourselves separate from idolatry. In other words, he's saying you must pay honor due to kings and emperors. Like if you were to see a king or an emperor, you'd bow. He says, for it is for this reason too, that example of the three brethren, remember guys, in the Old Testament, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, he says that's the reason why that example of the three brethren has forerun us, who in other respects, obedient toward King Nebuchadnezzar, rejected with all constancy the honor to his image, proving that whatever is extolled beyond the measure of human honor unto the resemblance of divine sublimity is idolatry. Isn't this such a good point? I thank God that we have Tertullian pointing this out to us, guys, because he says Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, those three boys who had been taken captive out of Israel by the Babylonians and who were forced to serve King Nebuchadnezzar, the Babylonian king, he says they weren't in any trouble with God for showing due honor to the king and bowing to him when they came into his palace and in his throne room. That was not a sin. But he says, look, we're allowed to do that, but we just can't go beyond we can't go beyond that. He says, in all other respects, they were obedient toward King Nebuchadnezzar, but they rejected with all constancy honor to his image, because he says that is beyond the measure of human honor. That's under the resemblance of divine sublimity. That's idolatry. Remember, Nebuchadnezzar made this massive idol, a big statue. Here, let me get this picture for you if nobody has seen what this looks like. Here it is. See, he set up this massive statue and he told all the people of Babylon to come and bow down before it. See, Nebuchadnezzar's making himself more than just a man. When you make this massive statue of yourself made of gold, well, now you're no longer just a king. You're making yourself more than a king. And that was something that they were forbidden from doing, guys. It's an image now, it's an object. I mean, if you're required to worship not just the king, but even just a resemblance of the king, you're saying, like, this guy's beyond human. This guy is, like, divine. That we would show that kind of honor to anything, even when he's not present. Just to, even a picture of him, we'd better bow to that. Wow, that's going beyond anything that a king ought to ever require. So you guys see, do you see how clearly the church fathers lay it out? We don't bow to objects. You can bow to a human in the correct setting. There is a time and a place for that, to bow to a king. And we know in the Old Testament that servants did bow to their masters. That was not a sin. That was in the Old Testament, though, guys. I mean, in the New Testament, we even hear the most eminent apostle saying, don't you be bowing to me. I'm a fellow servant. I'm just a man. That's what the angel says to John in Revelation. When John bows down to the angel, he was so terrified and in such awe at the angel, it's possible he even thought that the angel was Jesus. It's kind of ambiguous in that situation. But in any case, John bowed down to the angel after he saw this terrifying vision, and the angel said, hey, don't do that. I am a fellow servant. So guys, the only two times we've got Christians bowing to somebody in the New Testament, the apostles doing it, they're told in both instances, don't do that. So there simply is no excuse. I mean, if even Peter won't receive that when he's living, how much less are you ever to give yourself the freedom to bow to their image? That is idolatry. Hopefully you guys understand that. I'm very thankful for this quote in particular from Tertullian, because he shows you that it's not the bowing to a man that is necessarily a sin in itself, but it's what bowing means, guys. I mean, to bow means you are somebody's servant. And it is true that some of us are servants. But Peter says, look, you guys are not my servants. That's what bowing means. It means to make yourself somebody else's slave and to make them your master, your Lord, your King. And yeah, we don't do that. Not in the New Testament. Not to our. If you're not even allowed to do it to your fellow apostle Peter, how much less are you allowed to do it to anybody who's beneath Peter? Okay, here's Tertullian. He says, but the more ambitious preliminary display of the circus games, to which the name procession specially belongs, is in itself the proof to whom the whole thing appertains, in the many images, the long line of statues, the chariots of all sorts, the thrones, the crowns, the dresses. So he's saying this is what you see at your circus games. He says, with high religious rites besides, what sacrifices precede, come between, and follow. Though there be few images to grace it, there is idolatry in one. Though there be no more than a single sacred car, it is a chariot of Jupiter. Anything of idolatry whatever, whether meanly arrayed or modestly rich and gorgeous, taints it in its origin. So he's saying even if there aren't many images at these games, at these circuses, he says there's idolatry. There is idolatry. He says even if there's no more than a single sacred car, meaning a chariot, it's a chariot of Jupiter. Yes, and he says anything of idolatry whatever, whether it's meanly arrayed or modestly rich and gorgeous, taints it in its origin. Again, giving us the true definition of idolatry. It is not just an image of somebody, but just things that people love and adore. And those things only become more wicked when they are of the pagan gods. He says, we know that the names of the dead are nothing, as are their images, but we know well enough, too, who, when images are set up, under these names carry on their wicked work, and exult in the homage rendered to them, and pretend to be divine, none other than spirits accursed, than devils. So he says it's the devils who are actually receiving that homage when you bow down to images. He says we know that the names of the dead are nothing, as are their images, but nevertheless, he says, this worship is going to the demons. Again, he says, for idolatry, in fact, is a sort of homage to the departed. The one, as well as the other, is a service to dead men. Moreover, demons have their abode in the images of the dead. Do you hear Tertullian making any exception? Well, they're in the images of all the images except our images, our righteous Christian images. So the demons aren't in those, they're just in the other images. No, guys, there's no allowance. No allowance for them having images in their churches. I was going to do this early on, and we will explain this in more detail too, guys. Well, actually, we'll get to it. We'll get to it. We will. We're just going to keep reading. He says, not that an idol is anything, as the apostle says, but that the homage they render is to demons, who are the real occupants of these consecrated images, whether of dead men or, as they think, of gods. And we make no funeral oblations to the departed. And he says that they deify the men who have died. He says, which deification is with us a second idolatry. He talks here about incense. He says that they're always offering incense to their idols. He says, I burn the Arabian product myself, but not with the same ceremony, nor in the same dress, nor with the same pomp with which it is done to idols. So he's saying there's nothing wrong with having incense, but man, you guys are doing it to your idols. And guys, look it up. If you haven't gone to a Catholic or Orthodox church, they cannot stop burning incense to these images. I mean, they just do the whole thing, guys. They do everything that the pagans do. They don't just do one or two things. They're obsessed with incense. They believe incense must be part of a church service. You must burn it in front of the icons. And that the saints and that Jesus himself in the icons is experiencing it and enjoying it and saying, wow, this is some really good smelling incense you burned for me just now. But it's senseless. And even if God could sense it, which I guess, of course, God is aware of everything in his creation, incense isn't what God is asking for. God gave the idea of incense. He created it as an illustration of prayers and of what a good prayer, a righteous prayer, a prayer of thanksgiving to God, of praise, or of repentance from sin, what that means to God. He gave us something for us to experience so that we can know how much it means to him. So he says, look, do you know how much you see how that smells so good when that smoke rises up to the sky? You see how good that smells? He's saying, when you pray to me, that's what it's like for me. That's how much I like it. But just because God gave an illustration, guys, it doesn't mean that he wants you to actually burn incense to him. But that's what the Catholics and Orthodox think. They are so carnal. They think God wants incense. And they'll always point to the verses in Scripture where God says, your prayers are like incense to me. And they'll say, oh, yeah, incense. And they don't realize God is just saying, no, it's like incense to me. But the prayer itself is what I actually care about. Even if you were to give like the most disgusting prayers, wicked prayers, praying for evil things or praying with hatred in your heart for your brother, or if you were to pray to me while addressing an idol, God is saying, that's not sweet incense to me, even if you're burning actual incense. To me, that's disgusting. It smells terrible. You get it? Get the analogy? So it doesn't matter how much incense you burn if your prayers are horrible. Incense means nothing to God, and he said that himself. Okay, Tertullian says, therefore flee from it, for he enjoins us to keep at a distance from idolatry, to have no close declinings with it of any kind. Wow, guys, I wish Catholics and Orthodox were of that mindset. Let's get far away from idolatry. Let's not even be close to it. Instead, they just do exactly what all the idolaters did in the past. John says, my little children, keep yourselves from idols, not now from idolatry, as if from the service of it, but from idols. That is, from any resemblance to them. For if it is an unworthy thing that you, the image of the living God, should become the likeness of an idol and a dead man. He's saying it's an unworthy thing that you, the actual living image of God, should become an idol. And think about that, guys. Think about how Mary must feel, how dishonored she and the other righteous Christians who've passed away to paradise, how dishonored they must feel that people are now bowing to their pictures. It must really just irk them. Tertullian says, therefore it now remains that the special grounds for wearing crowns should be examined, that while we show these to be foreign, nay, even opposed to our Christian discipline, we may demonstrate that none of them have any plea of reason to support it. I just quote this, guys, because the Catholics and Orthodox do crown their images, and the Catholics love crowning their statues as well. Oh, and this is such a great part. Wow, I should have highlighted this whole thing. So he talks about Tacitus, Cornelius Tacitus, a Roman. He says, the same Cornelius Tacitus, however, who, to say the truth, is most loquacious in falsehood, forgetting his later statement, relates how Pompey the Great, so this is one of the Roman generals, he says Pompey, after conquering the Jews and conquering or capturing Jerusalem, entered the temple but found nothing in the shape of an image, though he examined the place carefully. So he's saying the Jews did not have any images. I'm going to point something out real quick here, even though, man, we're stretched for time here. Sometimes, guys, one of the favorite arguments of the Catholics and Orthodox is that the Jewish temple had like pomegranates and other things engraved on the outside of it. Solomon did that. I guess we don't have any pictures, but anyway, he made some engravings of things. Let me see. And they'll say, "Well, look, those are images. God allows images." Yes, it's also on the tabernacle. Here, let's take 2 Kings 25. And so they'll say, these are images. But see, guys, you know that they didn't consider these images. They didn't consider these to be in the same category. Because you know how strict the Jews are, and the Christians are, about making any kind of idol, making an image. But for them, guys, they saw decoration as something very different from like making a singular picture of a person or some kind of animal or something, and then like setting it up on some pedestal or some elevated area, and then bowing to it. That would be idolatry. That would be worshiping. But just putting some little decorations on the side of a building, they didn't consider that to be the same thing as making idols, because they weren't really being set up in such a way as to encourage anybody to bow to it. For instance, the Ark of the Covenant, when you think about it, guys, it's so bizarre that anybody would use that as an example of something that you could bow to, or that would encourage anybody to bow to it. Because the Ark of the Covenant literally consists of a picture of two angels who are bowing. I mean, can you really bow to an image of bowing people? I mean, the angels are bowing on this thing. They're on their knees bowing. And God specifically says, I mean, like, none of these pictures here are even really accurate of what they're supposed to be doing, because God says that they are to be, bent over facing downward. So they're more like prostrate. That's really more like what the angels are doing. Most of them just make them on their knees, though, as you can see. But like, who would bow to someone bowing? You see how something like this would never encourage somebody? Like, if you were to bow to this, you'd be crazy. Because the angels are, I mean, God said that he would appear above this. That's what he told Moses, that he's going to appear once a year above this ark, and that these two angels are kind of like bowing before God. So yeah, it would be weird for you to bow to that. I mean, it's such a weird argument that they use things like that. Don't you know God made the Ark of the Covenant? Don't you know Solomon drew pomegranates on the outside of the temple and other little pictures of things? Yeah, but those are really not anything that would encourage idolatry. But as we see, even with the brazen serpent, guys, if anybody were to start bowing to those things, well, they'd be in huge trouble. And we know that they would even destroy something that God had told them to make, like the bronze serpent. They would destroy it if people were bowing to it, so that nobody else would bow to it. You see? But the Catholics and Orthodox, if they saw somebody smashing the bronze serpent, you know what they'd say? They'd say, "You're destroying the sacred, holy, venerable, divine bronze serpent. How dare you destroy it? That's holy." But God praised King Hezekiah for doing it. Even though God told them to make it originally, he said, "Oh no, I'm proud of you for destroying that thing that had become an object of worship for people." You see? That's why we don't have the Ark of the Covenant anymore, because if it were around, people would be bound to it, because they're so foolish. Okay, I'm just going to read. Tertullian continues, "Since then, in the production of your gods, you worship..." By the way, I just want to point out again, this last quote about Pompey, one of the... now, was Pompey a general, or... Who is Pompey the Great? Yeah, he's a general. That's what I thought. He's one of the Roman generals. Yeah. So when he ransacked the temple, Tertullian says that he couldn't find an image in there anywhere. So that, again, I emphasize this because the little pictures of pomegranates and such, that would not be an image in the mind of a Jew or a Christian, because it's more of a decoration. An image is more like when you make a face of a person or their body, and you set it up as a thing all by itself. You get it? Okay, Tertullian says, "Since then, in the production of your gods, you worship the cross which originates them, here will be the original kernel and grain from which are propagated the wooden materials of your idolatrous images. So Tertullian's making kind of a funny point here that he says, even you guys are constructing your idols, like whether you're making them out of clay or whether you're making some statue or something. Well, he says, at least like when you're making clay or even when you're making a picture, he says you have to put in a kind of cross in order to support everything else that's being laid on top of it. He's saying, see, the cross is the original kernel and grain that all your other stuff depends on. He's saying it's greater. Yeah, he's making an interesting point there. But he calls them your idolatrous images. The frames on which you hang up your trophies must be crosses. This is just kind of an abstract point, but we included it because, again, he's bashing the images. He says, the worship due to the majesty of the Caesars, in respect of which we are charged with being irreligious towards them, since we neither propitiate their images nor swear by their genius. Yes. He says again, the people of the Jews, that is the more ancient, quite forsook God and did degrading service to idols, and abandoning the divinity was surrendered to images. People could not have had their images or statues or likenesses, for that the law forbade. You see, decorations is on some whole different level, but everybody knew, no, they may not have images or statues or likenesses. The law forbade that. He says, being on guard against all making and worshipping of idols, as when by the mouth of David he says, the gods of the nations are silver and gold. They have eyes and see not. They have ears and hear not. They have a nose and smell not. A mouth and they speak not. Hands and they handle not. Feet and they walk not. Like to them shall be they who make them and trust in them. So this is another quote from Scripture. Do you see the emphasis being on the fact that they are not alive, and that is why we do not bow to them? He says, for our God, whom we worship, is able to deliver us from the furnace of fire and from your hands. And then it will be made plain to you that we shall neither serve your idol nor worship your golden image which you have set up. He's quoting Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego talking to King Nebuchadnezzar. He says further, inasmuch as the nations do the like in sitting down after adoring their petty images, even on this account the practice deserves to be censured in us, because it is observed in the worship of idols. Notice how he uses the words revere, I highlighted them, and venerate in the context of bowing. See, the Catholics and Orthodox would say, well, listen, we venerate them, but we don't like adore them. You see, he says, furthermore, inasmuch as the nations do the like in sitting down after adoring their petty images, see, he's talking about bowing. In Tertullian's mind, adoring and revering and venerating are all the same thing. But the Catholics and Orthodox like to play games. Just be prepared for the games. Here is Tertullian again. He says, Hermogenes, the heretic, despises God's law in his painting, and he maintains repeated marriages. Now, these two things seem to be completely separate, but he puts them in the category of great sin. He says this heretic, he makes paintings, and he also maintains repeated marriages. I mean, whoa, who would ever compare the two things? But no, he's saying idolatry and repeated marriages are two great sins. Okay, here's one of the greatest quotes from Tertullian. Listen to this. Such a good quote. I'm so thankful to God that we have quotes like this from the early church preserved. Tertullian says, again, talking about that brazen serpent, the brazen serpent and the golden cherubim were not violations of the second commandment, which said you can't make idols. Likewise, when forbidding the similitude, meaning the analogy, the allegory, when forbidding the similitude to be made of all things which are in heaven and in earth and in the waters, he declared also the reasons as being prohibitory of all material exhibition of a latent idolatry. For he adds, thou shalt not bow down to them, nor serve them. So you guys see, God gave the reason why you are not to make these things. He says, because it's a material exhibition of a latent idolatry. In other words, it's something that leads to idolatry. That's what latency is. It's like a something that leads to something else slowly. It's a development. And that's why at the end of it, he says, you shall not bow down to them nor serve them. He says, the form, however, of the brazen serpent, which the Lord afterwards commanded Moses to make, afforded no pretext for idolatry, but was meant for the cure of those who were plagued with the fiery serpents. I say nothing of what was figured by this cure. He says, so I'm not even going to explain to you what the analogy was. He says, I'll explain that later. He says, thus too, the golden cherubim and the seraphim were purely an ornament in the figured fashion of the ark, adapted to ornamentation for reasons totally remote from all condition of idolatry, on account of which the making of a likeness is prohibited, and they are evidently not at variance with this law of prohibition, because they are not found in that form of similitude in reference to which the prohibition is given. So he says they're not even an image of anything, any created thing. And they're even told to make the angels so that their wings are covering them. It would be a very strange thing for somebody to say, objects of worship. Well, why are they specifically told to be made so that their wings are covering them? You can't even see them. And they're in a bowing posture toward God, toward Jesus who appears above the ark. Yeah, definitely not something anybody could make the case for is supposed to be an image of idolatry. And by the way, nobody ever bowed to that ark, guys. The Jews were never told once to bow to the Ark of the Covenant. And they never did bow to the ark. Okay, here is yet another apologist. Here's Minucius Felix. We're just going to read the red here. By the way, Nolan, have you returned? I know Christian is here. Good to see Christian and everybody. Everybody following? Everybody hear me okay? I've just been talking and I haven't even heard one person talk to me.
You sound good.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, guys. I know it's a lot of quotes. You're looking at it, you're going, oh, Luke, we're not even halfway. I'm going to pick up the pace. We're going to knock this out. We're going to read fast. Okay, here we go. Here's Minucius Felix. He says, for why do they endeavor with such pains to conceal and to cloak whatever they worship, since honorable things always... Oh, guys, this is so funny. He's saying that this is what they say. For why do they endeavor with such pains to conceal and to cloak whatever they worship, since honorable things always rejoice in publicity, while crimes are kept secret? Why have they no altars, no temples, no acknowledged images? Why do they never speak openly, never congregate freely, unless for the reason that what they adore and conceal is either worthy of punishment or something to be ashamed of? So he's saying that's what they're saying against the Christians. Why are they showing us their stuff? Why do they have no acknowledged images or temples? What's wrong with you, Christians? You must be doing something secretly evil. Why do they cloak what they worship? Well, guys, Christians do not worship physical things. That's why you don't find our stuff. You don't even have any temple. We don't even have any temples for you to find objects in. Only sacred thing we have is the Eucharist, and we eat that. All right, he says again, whence it is manifest that those were men whom we both read of as having been born and know to have died. Who therefore doubts that the common people pray to and publicly worship the consecrated images of these men, in that the belief and mind of the ignorant is deceived by the perfection of art, is blinded by the glitter of gold, is dimmed with the shining of silver and the whiteness of ivory? Unfortunately, that's the Catholics and Orthodox. They love their gold. You guys ever seen like an Orthodox church? Orthodox church interior. Man, oh man. Maybe I should look up gold in Orthodox church. Man, do they love the gold. I mean, look at the top of this thing. I mean, how many homeless people died because they just had to put all the gold up there? My goodness, look at that. Just gold. Gotta have the gold everywhere, guys. So much money wasted on gold. Outrageous. They're like a little child with their goo-goos and gagas. Look, it's shiny, Mommy. They're not even content just to have something that's like fake gold. Just make it shiny on the outside, but it's not like real gold. They're like, no, it's not enough for it to be shiny. It needs to be real gold. We need to actually, make some homeless people die of starvation. Really, literally. Not just make it look expensive. It needs to be expensive. Wow. What a Christian mind. So spiritual. Okay, here's Minucius. He says, by the way, he's quoting some of what they're accused of above here when he's saying, why don't they have any temples or acknowledged images? Why? Well, because we're Christians. Whence it is manifest that those were men. Oh, I already read that part. Yes. Yeah, they are blinded by the glitter of gold. Okay, now he says, these impure spirits, therefore, the demons, as is shown by the Magi, by the philosophers, and by Plato, consecrated under statues and images, lurk there, and by their afflatus attain the authority as of a present deity, while in the meantime they're breathed into the prophets, while they dwell in the shrines, while sometimes they animate the fibers of the entrails, control the flights of birds, direct the lots. They would cast lots, guys. They would direct lots. They are the cause of oracles, involved in many falsehoods. So he's saying the impure spirits are doing all these things. They dwell in shrines. And you guys know that they would sometimes kill animals. These pagan priests, they'd kill animals and then examine their intestines. And if they were moving or doing something, then they would consider that to be some kind of message from the gods. So that's what the demons would do. He says, for they are both deceived and they deceive, inasmuch as they are both ignorant of the simple truth, and for their own ruin they confess not that which they know. Thus they weigh men downwards from heaven, and call them away from the true God to material things. They disturb the life, render all men unquiet, creeping also secretly into human bodies. With subtlety, as being spirits, they feign diseases, alarm the minds, wrench about the limbs, that they may constrain men to worship them, being gorged with the fumes of altars or the sacrifices of cattle, that by remitting what they had bound, they may seem to have cured it. So he's saying the demons actually performed miracles and would animate the bodies of animals that had been sacrificed to them. They dwell in the shrines. They'd control the flights of birds. They'd direct the lots that were cast, and they'd even animate their prophets, guys. Yeah, they would. And he says they are consecrated under statues and images, and they lurk there. Yes, and they are even breathed into the prophet. So demons would cause prophets to speak. Church fathers talk about that a lot. Again, I show this to you guys because we are not to believe in some kind of miracle just because it's a miracle. Even if it can be proved to be supernatural, we don't believe in it unless it's got Christian doctrine behind it. And we know that all these images are always having miracles performed in them, in other countries, to convince very foolish people to worship the demons instead of worship God. Here's the last one from Marcus Minucius Felix. I'm sorry. He says, thus they invoke their deity. They supplicate their images. They implore their genius, that is, their demon. And it is safer to swear falsely by the genius of Jupiter than by that of a king. Crosses, moreover, we neither worship nor wish for. So you guys hear how he says, we don't bow down to crosses. Well, the Catholics and Orthodox say, oh no, you should bow to the cross, absolutely. We don't even bow to the cross, guys. We don't bow down to objects. He says, you indeed, who consecrate gods of wood, adore wooden crosses, perhaps as parts of your gods. For your very standards, as well as your banners and flags of your camp, what else are they but crosses, glided and adorned? I think he means gilded and adorned. It's a spelling mistake. Okay, give me a break, guys. I'll be back in just a moment. I'll be very fast, all right? I must take a very short break of 1 minute. You guys can discuss. Or if anybody wants to take over, read, you can. Just give me like 1 or 2 minutes, okay? Be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm sorry. My baby was crying. He had a nightmare or something, but he is okay now. All right, shall we continue? Here's a quote from Hippolytus of Rome, the Bishop of Rome. He was a presbyter in Rome, but some records say he's actually the Bishop of Rome. And here's what he has to say. Again, refuting heretics such as the Gnostics, just like Irenaeus did. He says, and they have an image of Simon, fashioned into the figure of Jupiter, and an image of Helen in the form of Minerva. And they pay adoration to these. But they call the one Lord, and the other Lady. Remind you guys of anything? All the Catholics and Orthodox, they call Mary their lady now. That's their favorite term. Lady is the female version of Lord. Well, there's nothing new under the sun, is there? Guys, you see it's the same demons 2,000 years later doing the same thing, same song and dance. And they laugh at themselves when they do it, that they're getting people to do the exact same heresies, believe in the same bogus ideas as they were doing 2,000 years ago. And that people are ignorant of it. They're so badly educated. They hear this stuff and they think, weren't we always worshiping Mary? Well, I mean, certain heretics were worshiping Mary a long time ago, but the Christians weren't. Yeah, they call the one Lord and the other Lady. He says, and they make counterfeit images of Christ, alleging that these were in existence at the time during which our Lord was on earth, and that they were fashioned by Pilate. So he gives the same tradition that Irenaeus gave. He says the Essenes, this is a group of Jews, by the way, a sect of the Jews. The Essenes have, however, in the lapse of time, undergone divisions, and they do not preserve their system of training after a similar manner, inasmuch as they have been split up into 4 parties. For some of them discipline themselves above the requisite rules of the order, so that even they would not handle a current coin of the country, saying that they ought not either to carry, or behold, or fashion an image. Wherefore no one of these goes into a city, lest by so doing he should enter through a gate at which statues are erected, regarding it a violation of law to pass beneath images. So, guys, we showed this as an example of some people that had a way too strict and insane view of the prohibition of images. Jesus held an image of Caesar in his hands and allowed his apostles to do that, to pay the tribute to Caesar. That's not a sin. So if anybody ever tells you guys, oh, you guys are just way too extreme, or the early church is just way too extreme in their prohibition of, bowing to images. Wow, that's just so extreme. Well, no, look, guys, the early church fathers tell you what an extreme view looks like. It would be these guys, these Jews, who say, no, we can't even handle a coin if it's got an image, of Caesar's face on it. No, that's allowed, and even decorations are allowed, but we don't set up pictures of some person who died, and we don't bow down to that picture. An illustration or like a biblical scene might be something different. In their mind, they might have thought of that as more of a decoration. But I'm telling you guys, making a statue of somebody, putting it on your wall, making a shrine, bowing down to it, kissing it, praying to it, lighting candles, burning incense to it, guys, I mean, they're doing everything that would constitute worship. They're not even leaving anything out. How can anybody doubt that what the Catholics and Orthodox do is idolatry? Because they don't even leave. It's not even like they're just doing one thing that would count as idolatry. They make very sure to do all of it so that there can be no doubt. And I thank God, too, that the sin is so blatant. And it only makes all of us, or anybody doing any of that sin, all the more culpable that they have no excuse before God. They should know better. They should know that's idolatry. All right, here is Origen, one of the disciples of Clement of Alexandria, and one of the most respected church fathers in all of church history, until certain slanderers began to naysay and to try to tarnish his name. But we don't tarnish Origen's name. He's one of the martyrs. Origen says, and yet there are throughout the whole world, throughout all Greece and all foreign countries, countless individuals who have abandoned the laws of their country and those whom they had believed to be gods, and have yielded themselves up to the obedience of the law of Moses and to the discipleship and worship of Christ, and have done this not without exciting against themselves the intense hatred of the worshippers of images, so as frequently to be exposed to cruel tortures from the latter, and sometimes even to be put to death. and yet they embrace and with all affection preserve the words and teaching of Christ. So he says, Christians stir up the intense hatred of the worshippers of images. And again, that word worship means what? Ray, what does worship mean? What's the definition of in the Greek?
Repeat the question.
What does worship mean? What's the definition of the word worship?
I mean, you give worship to something. You.
Nope.
I don't know. I don't know the
David,
definition, but I know.
Let's see if anybody else was listening. I gave it at the very beginning. You probably weren't here, but David, do you know the definition of worship?
Means bowing down.
That's right. It means bowing. It's that simple. Just means bowing. Christians, he says, they excite the intense hatred of the people who bow to images, worshippers of images. He says, let's see here. This is against Celsus. So he quotes Heraclitus to this effect, that those who draw near to lifeless images as if they were gods act in a similar manner to those who would enter into conversation with houses. Remember we heard one of the other apologists quote that philosopher saying that. And then he says, Zeno also says, and there will be no need to build temples, for nothing ought to be regarded as sacred, or of much value, or holy, which is the work of builders and of mean men. He says, but if we must once investigate, without being carried away by the miracles themselves, who it is that performs them by help of a good, and who by help of an evil power. Oh, he's saying, who it is that performs them by help of a good, and who it is who does it by the help of an evil power, so that we may neither slander all without discrimination, nor yet admire and accept all as divine, will it not be manifest from what occurred in the times of Moses and Jesus, Moses and Jesus, when entire nations were established in consequence of their miracles, that these men wrought by means of divine power what they are recorded to have performed? For wickedness and sorcery would not have led a whole nation to rise not only above idols and images erected by men, but also above all created things, and to ascend to the uncreated origin of the God of the universe. So he says, you guys really need to investigate which of these miracles are being performed by God, and which of them are being performed by an evil power. Because some people would accuse the Christians, or even Jesus, of being magicians or sorcerers. And Origen is saying, I mean, you really think a sorcerer would teach people not to worship idols? He says, no. If it were demonic, they'd be saying, oh no, yes, you should be worshiping those idols. Worshipping idols is good. But he says, nope, clearly not demonic, because those demons always want people to worship images. Images erected by men. And here again, Origen says, and we clearly manifest the illustrious nature of our origin, and we do not, as Celsus imagines, conceal it when we impress upon the minds of our first converts a contempt for idols and images of all kinds, and besides this raise their thoughts from the worship of created things instead of God, and elevate them to the universal Creator. Again, I will read this quote, that the Christians would impress upon the minds of the first converts a contempt for idols, and we're doing that for you guys right now. You must utterly abhor idols and images of all kinds. He says, now what is the resemblance between us? Celsus said that, you guys are actually like Egyptians. That's what Celsus accused the Christians of. He's a pagan critic of Christianity. He wrote a book against the Christians, and that's what Origen is responding to here. He made a book called Against Celsus. And so after he hears Celsus say that they're like the Egyptians, he says, now what is the resemblance between us and the splendors of Egyptian worship, which are seen by those who draw near their temples? And he goes on and talks about, and where's the resemblance to those irrational animals which are worshipped within after you pass through the splendid gateways? He's saying, like, we Christians, we don't even have temples. How are we at all like the Egyptians? He says, for these different tribes erected temples and statues to those individuals above enumerated, whereas we have refrained from offering to the divinity honor by any such means, seeing they are adapted rather to demons. and are lost in reverential wonder at Jesus, who has recalled our minds from all sensible things as being not only corruptible, but destined to corruption. Did you guys know that Jesus Christ, when he returns, is going to destroy all of the church buildings and all of the icons? Because they're corruptible. Everything corruptible is going to be melted down and destroyed, Peter says. It's going to be melted down and destroyed with intense heat. It's amazing to me that they would call these temples or these icons holy when you know that Jesus is going to destroy them. Or else, what do they think? That their icons are going to be eternal? Give me a break. They're going to be destroyed because they're corruptible. He says, for although a perverted view of things, with the aid of much instruction to the same effect, has been able to implant in the minds of the multitude the belief that images are gods, and that things made of gold and silver and ivory and stone are deserving of worship, yet common sense forbids the supposition that God is at all a piece of corruptible matter, or is honored when made to assume by men a form embodied in dead matter, fashioned according to some image or symbol of his appearance. And again, we quote this because they make images of Jesus and even of God the Father. And they say, oh, these are holy icons, holy. And God wants us to pray to him through the icon. He says, for in our judgment, all are intoxicated, meaning they're drunk. They're all drunk who address themselves to inanimate objects as to God. And why do I say intoxicated? Insane would be the more appropriate word for those who hasten to temples and worship images or animals as divinities. And they too are not less insane who think that images fashioned by men of worthless and sometimes most wicked character confer any honor upon genuine divinities. But we assert that those who, in ignorance of God, give themselves to temples and images and so-called sacred seasons are blinded in their minds, and especially when, in addition to their impiety, they live also in licentiousness, not even inquiring after any honorable work whatever, but doing everything that is of a disgraceful character. Now, the Catholics and Orthodox do sometimes hold to some of God's laws, but as we said, they're into some of the worst sins that you could name: murder, adultery, blasphemy, stealing, lying. They do engage in war, that's murder, and they do engage in their second and third and infinite marriages, as long as, the priest says you can. They have their annulments and all of that. That's adultery. Divorce and remarriage is adultery. So murder and adultery. I mean, guys, honestly, we do you guys a great disservice, or any person a disservice, when we would even engage in a discussion about the minute details of the Trinity, such a lofty concept as the Trinity, when we're talking to somebody who approves of murder and adultery. You don't talk about those things with those people. Yes. They're guilty of the worst sins, and if they aren't committing the murders and adulteries themselves, they're at least approving them in other people. And Paul says that that is equal to committing the same sin. If you actually approve of other people committing horrible sins, you're just as guilty as they are. And then he says, and see whether it will not appear to those who have once admitted that certain men are worms and ants, that they are the worms and ants and frogs who have fallen away from sound views of God, and under a vain appearance of piety, they worship either irrational animals or images or other objects, the works of men's hands, whereas from the beauty of such they ought to admire the maker of them and worship him, while those are indeed men, and more honorable than men, if there be anything that is so, who, in obedience to their reason, are able to ascend from stocks and stones, nay, even from what is reckoned the most precious of all matter, silver and gold, and who ascend up also from the beautiful things in the world to the Maker of all, and entrust themselves to him who alone is able to satisfy all existing things, and to overlook the thoughts of all, and to hear the prayers of all. Do you guys know, guys, who alone is able to look at the thoughts of all and to hear the prayers of all? That would be God, not the saints. The saints do not know your thoughts, and they do not hear your prayers. We're going to have another call at another time, going over all the quotes from the early church on whether we should be praying to saints. And of course, they didn't even really know of the concept, but they at least say enough about it that we're prohibited from ever doing it. He says, "Will not such piety as this, which can be overcome neither by labors, nor by the dangers of death, nor by logical plausibilities, etc." So he says, guys, what we're saying, this cannot be overcome by logical plausibilities. Get ready, guys, if you listen to any Catholic or Orthodox apologetics, to hear many logical plausibilities. They're going to make such clever arguments, and they are all to be rejected. We're not looking for logical plausibilities or speculative reasoning. We're looking for the tradition of the church. Did the church teach that we bow down to images? No. Did they actually teach that that's an abominable practice? Yes. That's all you need to know. We don't need to hear like, well, maybe in some circumstance, like, let me try to find some loophole here. Well, that's not a Christian mindset. Don't be looking for loopholes. You're going to find a gate to hell. That's what all those loopholes are. He says, and that amongst them no maker of images, so he's talking about in Israel, amongst them no maker of images was permitted to enjoy the rights of citizenship, for neither painter nor image maker existed in their state, the law expelling all such from it, that there might be no pretext for the construction of images, an art which attracts the attention of foolish men, and which drags down the eyes of the soul from God to earth. So just understand, guys, somebody might say, well, we know that sometimes somebody will paint something, or like we know that there were decorations made on the tabernacle or on the temple. But again, guys, Origen is talking about an occupation. There was no such thing as like a painter or image maker as an occupation. A person might do a bit of painting at one time for something. We know that sometimes they would paint like signet rings and such like that. Or that they would do decorations on something, but that wasn't an occupation. Such a thing didn't exist in Israel because, as he says, that kind of art attracts the attention of foolish men, and it drags down the eyes of the soul from God to earth. That would be a pretext for the construction of images if somebody's job was to be making things like that. But it didn't exist. He says there was accordingly amongst them a law to the following effect: do not transgress the law, and make to yourselves a graven image, any likeness of male or female, either a likeness of any one of the creatures that are upon the earth, or a likeness of any winged fowl that flies under the heaven, or a likeness of any creeping thing that creeps upon the earth, or a likeness of any of the fishes which are in the waters under the earth. The law indeed wished them to have regard to the truth of each individual thing, and not to form representations of things contrary to reality. Venerable to and grand was this prohibition of theirs: lift not your eyes unto heaven, lest when you see the sun and the moon and the stars and all the host of heaven, you should be led astray to worship them and serve them. So you guys see what a great command this is from God? Don't even look up at the sky. Don't even look up to heaven. But do you see why God would have to make a command like that? I mean, we Christians, we look at the sky and we glorify God. But this command was made to the Jews because they tended to bow to objects all the time. They would bow to things in creation, such as the sun and the moon and the stars, or animals. And they learned a lot of that from the Egyptians. But this is just human beings' practice. So God gave a law, something like this, which he doesn't have to tell us. Like, don't even look up to heaven. Don't be lifting up your eyes to those things, or else you're going to get led astray to worship them. See, isn't that sad, guys, that God would tell them not even to look at his creation, because they tend to worship things in creation? But we Christians are different. We can admire and enjoy all the things in creation. I can even look at an illustration of a scene from the Bible, and I'm not tempted at all to go bow down to those people. I would never do such a thing. But I think if the early church was here, they would probably see all the idolatry going on in the Catholic and Orthodox Church and just say, get rid of all pictures. Just get rid of them all. Because you guys, just like the Jews, just tend to bow to things all the time. You need to stop that immediately. And I mean, I've heard the Catholics and Orthodox respond. They'll say, man, if you were to listen to the early church, you just wouldn't have images of anything. Well, you got to understand, a lot of what the early church is talking about is the Jews. They reference the Jews who needed very strict laws, which was necessary because they constantly worshipped stuff, objects, things, people, dead people. And also that the church fathers are speaking to the pagans who do the same thing. So I have no doubt that the early church, in many instances, would just tell them, have no pictures whatsoever of any kind. And that if they were here today, they'd probably say that too. Like if you were in a bishop's, in the jurisdiction of a bishop, he might make a law in this age, no pictures of any kind because of all the worship that's going on. But we still know, guys, that a picture in itself is not evil. Ultimately, it's how you treat it. And especially, just such wastefulness that the Orthodox and Catholics making things all out of gold and silver and all this. I mean, that also is such an affront to God that they waste their resources, the talents that are given them, and they don't spend them on useful things and on the true image of God, on needy people. Instead, they waste it on their shrines and their temples. Yes, but let not anyone say, well, the early church fathers seem to be being too strict. No, there's a time and a place for strictness to just say get rid of all images. But if you're not carnal, you're able to be benefited by seeing a biblical scene, and we're going to hear some of them say that. But there also is a time and a place to just say get rid of all the images because of what you guys have done with them. You have to see the wisdom of both, and you need to know too that the early church was wise enough to be able to make the distinction and to see the appropriateness of the laws that God made. They can clearly see, and I hope you guys can clearly see, when God says, don't even look up at the heavens, this is not some kind of universal rule for all of mankind, but it's for those stubborn Jews who have such a tendency to bow down to stuff. And this rule really would still apply to the Catholics and Orthodox, because they are just like the Jews. And every time they justify their evil practices of idolatry, they always go to the Jews. And they say, well, remember God said the Jews, could do this or that, make the Ark of the Covenant. So be it. They're like the Jews, and I think they need to be prohibited as sternly as the Jews were. Okay, I'm going to go faster, though. It's a lot of quotes. Here we go. He says, the Jews who follow the law, which, speaking in the person of God, says, you shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make unto thee an image, nor a likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the waters under the earth. You shall not bow down to them, nor serve them. He says, they worship nothing else than the supreme God, who made the heavens and all things besides. He says, the Jews who follow the law, they worship God in heaven. Moreover, no one who obeys the law of Moses will bow down to the angels who are in heaven. They refrain from doing obeisance to heaven and its angels, obeying the law, which declares, the same verse about not lifting up your eyes to heaven. Guys, did you know the Catholics and Orthodox, they do also bow to the angels? Did you know they make icons of the angels and bow to them? And offer, their incense to them as well? They've just got to break every law. They're on they're in a race to try to find every law that God made and break it. Origen says, such a practice is not at all Jewish, but it is in violation of Judaism, as it also is to do obeisance to the sun, moon, and stars, as well as images. Obeisance, by the way, guys, it means to bow down, just like the word worship. He says, you will find, at least in the book of Jeremiah, the words of God censuring by the mouth, that means criticizing, by the mouth of the prophet, the Jewish people for doing obeisance to such objects, and for sacrificing to the Queen of Heaven, and to all the host of heaven. So there's this god they worship called Astarte. History repeats itself. They're still doing it. They're bowing down to the Queen of Heaven, Mary. The writings of the Christians, moreover, show, in censuring the sins committed among the Jews, that when God abandoned that people on account of certain sins, these sins of idol worship also were committed by them. And Paul says in the letter to the Colossians, let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility and worshipping of angels, intruding into those things which he has not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind. Well, guys, they bow to angels. Catholics and Orthodox say that's good. You should bow and pray to the angels. They do say that officially. They don't even hide that. It's one of their doctrines. They pray to Michael, the archangel, especially. And Origen says, but Celsus, having neither read these verses nor having learned their context from any other source, has represented, I know not how, the Jews as not transgressing their law in bowing down to the heavens and to the angels therein. So Celsus had a lot of faulty ideas of what the Jewish religion really was. But Origen is saying, look, we don't bow down to angels. You think that we do that kind of thing? God told us we're not allowed to do that. Yeah. He says, Celsus considers it to be a Jewish custom to bow down to heaven and the angels in it. Here we go again. He says, whereas the Christians who have abandoned their native usages and who are not one nation like the Jews are to be blamed for giving their adherence to the teaching of Jesus. He says, let him then tell us whether it is a becoming thing for philosophers and those who have been taught not to yield to superstition to abandon their country's customs, since the gospel requires them not to busy themselves about statues and images, even as about any of the created works of God, but to ascend on high and present the soul to the Creator. So his first argument here is just that he says, well, you philosophers, you're angry at us Christians for abandoning our family's heritages of bowing down to idols. He says, well, would you be upset if your philosophers were to abandon certain evil customs? That's hypocrisy. And he says, the gospel has required ourselves not to busy ourselves with statues and images. Couldn't be clearer. In the same way, then, he who has been led by the gospel to worship the God of all things, and from regard to his country's laws, lingers here below among images and statues of men, and does not desire to ascend to the Creator, will resemble those who have indeed learned philosophy, but who are afraid of things which ought to inspire no terrors, and who regard it as an act of impiety to eat of those things which have been enumerated. So anyway, he's just saying, Christians no longer linger here below among images and statues of men. That's the takeaway. He says, moreover, we may see those who greatly pride themselves upon their wisdom and theology, worshiping the image of corruptible man, in honor, they say, of him. And although some may appear to have risen above such practices, nevertheless they will be found to have changed the truth of God into a lie, and to worship and serve the creature more than the Creator. The same prophet also, when predicting the advent of Jesus, who is to turn away men from the worship of idols and of images and of demons. If you just go by the simple words, guys, worship of images, that means bowing to pictures. Well, guys, he says, Jesus has turned men away from bowing to pictures. We don't do that. It's very simple. Anybody who tries to make an argument saying, well, they're just bowing to the wrong pictures, will you show me where any church father in the first 300 years, or even the first 400 years, says that? But of course, even if you had one person in the 400 saying it, he'd be going against everybody. But I'm just saying you're not even going to be able to find one person saying that we should be bowing to pictures. Nobody, not even in the first 400 years. He says, while we, on the other hand, deem those to be uninstructed, who are not ashamed to address supplications, meaning prayers, to inanimate objects, and to call upon those for health that have no strength, and to ask the dead for life, and to entreat the helpless for assistance. And although some may say that these objects are not gods, but only imitations and symbols of real divinities, nevertheless these very individuals, in imagining that the hands of low mechanics can frame imitations of divinity, are uninstructed and servile and ignorant. The making of images or resemblances of demons, or the various sorts of antidotes against poison, to be found in clothes, or in numbers, or stones, or plants, or roots, or generally in all kinds of things. He's naming things that were taught to be methods of purification, the methods of images. Or, I'm sorry, the making of images. What did I say? I'm sorry, guys, it's getting late. All right, I think we're halfway done. We can knock this out. We can do this. We can do this. It's going to be another 4-hour call, but that's worth it. Okay, he says, the hour is coming. Oh, he's quoting Jesus. The hour is coming when neither in Jerusalem nor in this mountain shall ye worship the Father. God is a spirit, and they that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. And Origen says, and he will not be understood to be a spirit in proportion as the worship rendered to him is rendered in spirit and with understanding. It is not, however, with images that we are to worship the Father, but in truth, who came by Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I might have read that wrongly, but he said he will be understood to be a spirit in proportion as the worship rendered to him is rendered in spirit and with understanding. But guys, we don't worship the Father with images. He says, it is not, however, with images that we are to worship the Father, but in truth we come by Jesus Christ. And the Catholics and Orthodox would say, well, how about an image of Jesus Christ then? No. He says, those who being taught in the school of Jesus Christ have rejected all images and statues and even all Jewish superstitions, that they may look upward through the Word of God to the one God, who is the Father of the Word. Yes, guys. We look upward. We don't bow down to an image. All right, I'm going to read this massive one really fast here. He says, God doubtless saw the pride and arrogance of those who, with contempt for all others, boast of their knowledge of God and of their profound acquaintance with divine things obtained from philosophy, but who still, not less even than the most ignorant, run after their images and temples and famous mysteries. And seeing this, he has chosen the foolish things of this world, the simplest of Christians, who lead, however, a life of greater moderation and purity than many philosophers, to confound the wise, who are not ashamed to address inanimate things as gods or images of the gods. For what reasonable man can refrain from smiling when he sees that one who has learned from philosophy such profound and noble sentiments about God or the gods turns straightway to images and offers to them his prayers, or imagines that by gazing upon these material things he can ascend from the visible symbol to that which is spiritual and immaterial? But a Christian, even of the common people, is assured that every place forms part of the universe, and that the whole universe is God's temple. In whatever part of the world he is, he prays, but he rises above the universe, shutting the eyes of sense and raising upwards the eyes of the soul. See, guys, that's why we close our eyes when we pray. You see how fitting it is that we would address God with our mind, and we would close our eyes. But the Catholics and Orthodox, they can't pray with their eyes shut. They say, I need to see something. Put an object in front of me that I can worship. I can't pray without seeing something. Do you see how carnal that is? But no, we Christians, we shut the eyes of sense and we raise upwards the eyes of the soul. This is such a good paragraph. This has got to be one of the best ones we've gotten here from Origen, but we have a bunch from everybody. He says, and he stops not at the vault of heaven when he's praying, but passing in thought beyond the heavens under the guidance of the Spirit of God, and having thus, as it were, gone beyond the visible universe, he offers prayers to God. But he prays for no trivial blessings, for he has learned from Jesus to seek for nothing small or mean, that is, sensible objects, but to ask only for what is great and truly divine. And these things God grants to us to lead us to that blessedness which is found only with him through his Son, the Word, who is God. Wow, such a great paragraph, such a great paragraph. He says, had Celsus set himself to understand this, he would not have approached as with ignorance, or forbidden us to characterize as blind those who believe that religion shows itself in such products of man's mechanical art as images. For everyone who sees with the eyes of his soul serves the divine being in no other way than in that which leads him ever to have regard to the Creator of all, to address his prayers to him alone, not to the saints, and to do all things as in the sight of God, who sees us altogether, even to our thoughts. Again, the saints can't read our thoughts. He says, yes. So the objects then, whilst deceiving those who sought for God here upon earth in images, instead of looking up to the true God, the governor of all things. So yeah, anybody who seeks for God in images, they are deceived, according to Origen. He says they cannot, now he's talking about Christians. And this is according to Celsus. Celsus is really upset at the Christians. He says, they cannot tolerate temples, altars, or images. You hear that, guys? Now, this is now a non-biased source. Because if you hear any person saying, well, this is just Origen's opinion, and Tertullian's, and Athenagoras, and Aristides, and basically everybody, it's just their personal opinion, which, by the way, makes absolutely no sense. You cannot say that something is somebody's personal opinion if everybody is saying it. That's crazy. But guys, you can't even say it's the opinion of just the church that there are no images or temples for Christians, because you have now an outside source, somebody who's not in the church, Celsus, a pagan, and he's criticizing the Christians. He says, man, these people, they cannot tolerate temples or altars or images. In this, they are like the Scythians, the nomadic tribe of Libya, the Syries, who worship no god, and some other of the most barbarous and impious nations in the world. So he's like, man, they just don't even worship God at all because they don't have any images. See, guys, a pagan and a carnal person thinks that the only way to worship God is through objects. Do you see now what the Catholics and Orthodox are?
What's his name?
Celsus. Celsus. Here he is.
Celsus?
Yep. Origen wrote a bunch of books against Celsus because Celsus had written a big criticism of Christianity. Against Celsus is such a wonderful work, one of the best writings we have from the early church.
Got it.
And he says, I know that, and I believe this is still Celsus. Oh, no, this is Herodotus, historian. Herodotus says, I know that among the Persians it is considered unlawful to erect images, altars, or temples, but they charge those with folly who do so, because, as I conjecture, they do not, like the Greeks, suppose the gods to be of the nature of men. And then Origen says, Heraclitus also says in one place, persons who address prayers to these images act like those who speak to the walls, without knowing who the gods or the heroes are. He certainly plainly enough implies that it is a foolish thing for a man to offer prayers to images, whilst he knows not who the gods and heroes are. But as for them, they go further, and despise without exception all images. Oh, I believe this is still Celsus talking. He's really upset. They despise all images. Now, guys, that's an objective source. This is a guy who's looked at the whole landscape of Christianity and says, you just can't find images with these people anywhere. And temples. They don't have temples. They just meet in their houses, these weirdos. And by the way, the reason why it's useful for the early church fathers to quote from the philosophers, I mean, don't think that they actually put any stock or like authority in the philosophers necessarily. They are quoting them in order to shame the pagans. And they say, look, even your own philosophers sometimes admit that worshiping images is really stupid. So, I mean, just make sure you understand why they quote the philosophers. And so this is still Celsus speaking. He says, however, they, the Christians, will admit that these images, whether they are like or not, meaning whether they're similar to the person they're based on, or not, are made and dedicated to the honor of certain beings. But they, the Christians, will hold that the beings to whom they are dedicated are not gods, but demons, and that a worshiper of God ought not to worship demons. Or maybe that is Origen speaking there. Yeah, but he was quoting Celsus earlier. Yeah. Well, I mean, I think this quote, along with all the Church Fathers' writings, anytime you hear an outside source saying they don't tolerate temples, altars, and images, I think that is as important as any quote from the Church Fathers. Because you're hearing what was actually going on back then. You always hear these Catholics and Orthodox say, but we found some paintings in some catacomb. This proves that the early Christians were probably bowing to images. Well, I mean, all you did was find a painting, first of all. But second of all, that's no proof of... I mean, it's no proof that anybody's bowing to it. But second of all, I mean, if we go by what even the pagans who are observing Christianity say, they say, look, these people don't have any images. So, I mean, it's safe to say these paintings, either they're just decorations, they're not objects of worship, clearly, or I would also say that they're paintings that are made much after those early centuries. Again, a painting is not evil in itself, but when people are bowing to it and treating it as some kind of sacred thing, then it's become idolatry. Let's see here. Oh no, that was Celsus speaking, so now Origen responds. He says, to this our answer is that if the Scythians, the nomadic tribes of Libya, the Seres, who according to Celsus have no god, if those other more barbarous and impious notions in the world, and if the Persians even cannot bear the sight of temples, altars, and images, it does not follow, because we cannot suffer them any more than they, that the grounds on which we object to them are the same as theirs. We must inquire into the principles on which the objection to temples and images is founded, in order that we may approve of those who object on sound principles, and condemn those whose principles are false. So Origen is saying, oh yeah, we absolutely don't tolerate images or temples. He says, but it's not necessarily for the same reasons that the pagans sometimes don't. He says, so in the same way with those who cannot allow in the worship of the divine being altars or temples or images. The Scythians, the nomadic Libyans, the godless Seres, and the Persians agree in this with the Christians and Jews. But they are actuated by very different principles. For none of these former abhor altars and images on the ground that they are afraid of degrading the worship of God and reducing it to the worship of material things wrought by the hands of men. Neither do they object to them from a belief that the demons choose certain forms and places, whether because they are detained there by virtue of certain charms, or because for some other possible reason they've selected these haunts where they may pursue their criminal pleasures and partaking of the smoke of sacrificial victims. But Christians and Jews have regard to this command. You shall fear the Lord your God and serve him only. And this other one, you shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. You shall not bow down yourself to them, nor serve them. And again, you shall worship the Lord your God, and him only shall you serve. It is in consideration of these and many other such commands that they not only avoid temples and altars and images, but are ready to suffer death when it is necessary, rather than debase by any such impiety the conception which they have of the Most High God. So, guys, he tells you exactly why we don't bow to those images. They're senseless, and it would be degrading to God to be worshipped by a senseless object. You know, at least Jesus' body, which was made of matter when he came to earth, at least it was alive. Man, guys, we really degrade God when we worship something that's not even alive. He says, we believe, therefore, that things under the bondage of corruption and subject to vanity, meaning something that just passes away like a vapor, things that are subject to vanity which remain in this condition, in hope of a better state, ought not in our worship to hold the place of God, the all-sufficient, and his Son, the firstborn of all creation. Let this suffice in addition to what we have already said of the Persians, who abhor altars and images, but who serve the creature instead of the Creator. So he's saying these Persians, they don't like the altars and images, but they do still serve the creature. So he says we're different from them. And he says, it is not... Okay, here's one of the best quotes, guys. File this one away. We've got a little hard-hitting quotes if you want to save some of these. He says, it is not possible at the same time to know God and to address prayers to images. That's one of the most often quoted ones from Origen and from all the church fathers on this subject of praying to images. He says, and the charge of folly applies not only to those who offer prayers to images, but also to such as pretend to do so in compliance with the example of the multitude. He says, another reason also why we abstain from doing honor to images is that we may give no support to the notion that the images are gods. It is on this ground that we condemn Celsus and all others who, while admitting that they are not gods, yet with the reputation of being wise men, render to them what passes for homage. Guys, this is what we would say to the Catholics and Orthodox. See, Origen is saying Celsus would admit that these objects are not actually gods, but he says, look, they still render to these objects what passes for homage. You guys see how like homage and veneration and adoration and reverence, all these things are synonymous for when you're bowing to something. And of course, they do other things, like they burn incense. Those are all things that all constitute worship. But Origen is saying, look, I don't even care if you're saying they're not gods. You're doing something that you should only do for a god. You wouldn't do that for an object. He says, in this way they lead into sin the multitude who follow their example and who worship these images, not simply out of deference to custom, but from a belief into which they have fallen that they are true gods, and that those are not to be listened to who hold that the objects of their worship are not true gods. He says, his next remark upon the Christians is, this is now Celsus speaking, they will admit that these images, whether they are similar or not, are made and dedicated to the honor of certain beings, but they will hold that the beings to which they are dedicated are not gods, but demons, and that a worshipper of God ought not to worship demons. And then Origen says, if he had been acquainted with the nature of demons, and with their several operations, whether led on to them by the conjurations of those who are skilled in the art, or urged on by their own inclination to act according to their power and inclination, If, I say, he had thoroughly understood this subject, which is both wide in extent and difficult for human comprehension, he would not have condemned us for saying that those who worship the Supreme Being should not serve demons. He says, and we hold that the worship which is supposed among the Greeks to be rendered to gods at the altars and images and temples is in reality offered to demons. To explain this fully and to justify the conduct of the Christians in refusing homage to any object except the Most High God, etc., etc. So then he gives a justification. He explains it. But he says Christians refuse homage to any object except the Most High God. And it's all in the context of bowing. Accordingly, we throw ridicule not upon lifeless images, but upon those only who worship them. He says, it's not the image's fault that you guys are bowing to it. He says, it is not then because Christians cast insults upon demons that they incur their revenge, but because they drive them away out of the images. Yeah, the reason why the pagans hate the Christians is because the demons all flee from the Christians' presence. And the pagans don't like that, and the demons don't like it. All right, here's a quote from Commodianus. We finished all the Origins quotes, guys. I know it was a lot. You guys sat through it, but we did it. We read a bunch of quotes. This isn't even all of his quotes on images. We just gave you a small helping. No, this is a lot of them. But we wanted to be exhaustive, and that's why we made this list. And Christian helped a lot, by the way. You can thank Christian for helping put together this list of quotes. Here is a quote from Commodianus. So he's talking then about what has happened in the past with idol worship. He says, and to them, when they died, men erected images. But the Almighty, because they were of an evil seed, did not approve that. When dead, they should be brought back from death. Whence, wandering, they now subvert many bodies, and it is such as these especially, that ye this day worship and pray to as gods. So he's saying, the demons then, they went out of their Nephilim bodies, because the Nephilim are actually the origins of the demons. After the Nephilim died, the demons came out of them, and people worshipped them. They erected images to men who had died. And guys, remember, a lot of these pagan gods actually are based on the Nephilim. And also the angels who became man. We could talk about that at another time. But he's just confirming, all this worship of dead people. And guys, why is it that the early church doesn't say, listen, you can, we don't worship the dead pagans, but we do bow down to the images of dead Christians? Why is it that they don't say that if there really was that exception? Because all these statements really sound very misleading if there really was an exception this entire time. Guys, not once in 300 years, and as you're about to see, not even in 400 years, do they ever give an exception to this rule. You may not bow down to an image. Okay, here is Cyprian, the bishop of Carthage. He says, the servant of God ought not to worship images. In other words, he just means ought not to bow down to images. That is what the word worship means, both in Greek and in Hebrew. It's the same. Okay, now he's talking about how the pagans are trying to get them to worship idols, and that they're even trying to, literally trying to force them to become pagans. And Cyprian is saying, no, we're not going to allow them to try to coerce us. At this time, guys, they were really pushing for Christians to offer sacrifices, and there was a very severe persecution going on at this time. Anybody who didn't offer the sacrifices, anybody who didn't burn some incense at the altars of the gods, they would be executed. And Cyprian himself was executed because he refused to do it. But he wrote some things before that happened. So, of course, the Christians said, if anybody offers any incense to any of these idols, that is worship, that is, adoring them, they would say, and that is absolutely forbidden to do to an image, to a false god. And so he says then, is the dignity of the Catholic Church, dearest brother, to be laid aside? Is the faithful and uncorrupted majesty of the people placed within it, and the priestly authority and power also, all to be laid aside for this, that those who are set without the church, meaning on the outside of the church, may say that they wish to judge concerning a prelate in the church? Meaning that people outside the church, they want to judge a bishop of the church. Heretics concerning a Christian? Wounded men about a whole man? Maimed men concerning a sound man? Lapsed concerning one who stands fast? Guilty concerning their judge? Sacrilegious men concerning a priest? What is left but that the church should yield to the capital, and that while the priests depart and remove the Lord's altar, the images and idols should pass over with their altars into the sacred and venerable assembly of our clergy. So he says, man, if we are to give in to any of these commands of these governors who are calling forward the bishops like me to surrender, he's saying, if I'm going to be judged by them, what else next are we going to do if we ever submit? Are we going to let their images and idols pass over in here into our assembly? Well, unfortunately, guys, that has happened. The images of the pagans, or the concept of having images to venerate and adore, to kiss and bow down to, it's happened, guys. He called it, that it was going to happen, 250 AD. He says, let us take also for protection of our head the helmet of salvation, that our ears may be guarded from hearing the deadly edicts, and that our eyes may be fortified, that they may not see the odious images. Odious just means it's irksome. Never want to even see it. And he says to them, you neither worship God, nor do you at all permit him to be worshipped. And while others who venerate not only those foolish idols and images made by human hands, but even portents and monsters besides, are pleasing to you, it is only the worship of God who is displeasing to you. He's making one of his treatises to the pagans who are persecuting them. And he always puts emphasis, just like all of them, these images made with human hands. See, they mock them for bowing to something that's not alive, something that they themselves made. He says, why don't you show love to an actual human being? Don't kiss the images of Christians. Kiss actual Christians, you Catholics and Orthodox. Why do you not practice the holy kiss, which is commanded in Scripture and practiced everywhere in the early church? We put together quotes on that subject. The early church considered it a requirement. You should be showing affection to your brothers in the church. And yet they show it to lifeless images. They forego the actual love that God has commanded to be given to the image of God. They forbid that. They neglect that, but they give it to a false image. Again, Cyprian says, what then is that sluggishness of mind? Yea, what blind and stupid madness of fools, to be unwilling to come out of darkness into light, and to be unwilling, when bound in the toils of eternal death, to receive the hope of immortality, and not to fear God when he threatens and says, he that sacrifices unto any gods, but unto the Lord only, shall be rooted out. And again, they worshipped them whom their fingers made, and the mean man hath bowed down, and the great man hath humbled himself, and I will not forgive them. So you see, guys, they worshipped the idols that they made. He says the mean man has bowed down and the great man has humbled himself. See, worshiping and bowing down, it's all seen as the same thing. He says, why do you humble and bend yourself to false gods? Why do you bow your body captive before foolish images and creations of earth? Look thither, lift your eyes thitherward, meaning upward. Seek God in the highest, that you may be free from things below. Lift your heart to a dependence on high and heavenly things. Why do you prostrate yourself into the ruin of death with the serpent whom you worship? And he talks about all the evil things that the pagans have done. He says, thence temples were founded to them. Thence images were sculptured to retain the countenances of the deceased by the likeness, and celebrated festal days by way of giving them honor. Thence to posterity those rites became sacred, which at first had been adopted as a consolation. He says, these spirits therefore are lurking under the statues and consecrated images. And he says, but what and how great is the patience in God, that most patiently enduring the profane temples and the images of earth and the sacrilegious rites instituted by men in contempt of his majesty and honor, he still shows his kindness, etc., etc. And he says, let's see here. Oh, he's quoting from Revelation, that they should not worship demons and idols, that is, images of gold and of silver and of brass and of stone and of wood, which can neither see nor walk. Yes. Well, that's just a quote from Revelation. All right, well, here's a quote from Methodius. This is our only quote that we included, although there are some more. This is not a complete list of quotes by any means, but here's Methodius. He says, and those artificers, meaning those craftsmen, who to the destruction of men make images in human form, not perceiving and knowing their own maker, are blamed by the word, which says in the book of wisdom, a book full of all virtue, his heart is ashes, his hope is more vile than the earth, and his life of less value than clay. For as much as he knew not his maker, and him that inspired into him an active soul, and breathed in a living spirit. So yeah, it's insane to actually be worshiping or praying to something that's not alive. God gave you a living spirit. You're superior to that object. Why are you adoring it? Okay, I admit, guys, I got a lot of quotes from Arnobius, but we're gonna go and use speed. Here is Arnobius. He says, "But lately, O blindness, I worshipped images produced from the furnace, gods made on anvils and by hammers, the bones of elephants, paintings, wreaths on aged trees. Whenever I espied an anointed stone or one bedaubed with olive oil, as if some power residing in it, I worshipped it. I addressed myself to it and begged blessings from a senseless stock. And these very gods of whose existence I had convinced myself, I treated with gross insults, when I believed them to be wood, stone, and bones, or imagined that they dwelt in the substance of such objects." And he says, "But now I offer no insult to any divine name. Was it for this that God sent souls, that being made unmindful of the truth and forgetful of what God was, they should make supplication, meaning prayer, to images which cannot move, and address as superhuman deities pieces of wood, brass, and stones?" He says, "Let us too ask in reply, why, seeing that you worship so great and so innumerable gods, and build temples to them, and fashion images of gold, and all heap up boxfuls of incense on the already loaded altars," etc., etc. He's saying, he asks the next question. He's like, why is it that you do all this for the gods? Why don't they rescue you? But you can hear that Mr. Arnobius, just like the others, is saying, you guys are worshiping images. Well, he doesn't know of the concept of a Christian worshiping an image. He knows that that's totally contrary to the Christian religion. He says, "And the images which you set up, for you too know, but are unwilling and refuse to admit, that these are formed of most worthless clay, and are childish figures made by mechanics." He says, and they worship these very images with much incense, and whatever else is used in such rites. You yourselves adore images of men, as though they were powerful gods. For you are here in the habit of fastening upon us a very serious charge of impiety, because we do not rear temples for the ceremonies of worship. We do not set up statues and images of any god. We do not build altars. Yep, see guys, they don't rear temples for the ceremonies of worship. You guys think that they could be saying this over and over again if actually all around the world they were building temples of worship? Or they were actually making lots of statues and images of any god? He says no, they do not set up statues and images of any god, and they do not build altars. He says, we think and believe that they, if only they are true gods, and are called by this exalted name, they either scorn such honors, meaning the honors that you give them, if they give way to scorn, or they endure them with anger, if they are roused by feelings of rage. Do you guys realize the Catholics and Orthodox are angering God when they worship him the way they do? They should know better. God is tired of being worshipped in that carnal way. He endured it for a short time with the Jews, but now he has to endure it from people who claim to be Christians, and he is sick of it. And he says, but we are told, we rear no temples to them. Or he says, but, I guess they added these words, we are told. But we rear no temples to them, and do not worship their images. We do not offer incense. For do we honor him with shrines, and by building temples? For it is perfect folly to measure greater powers by your necessities, and to give the things useful to yourself to the gods who give all things, and to think this an honor, not an insult. Though these, then, should be built of heaps of marble, or shine resplendent with ceilings fretted with gold, through precious stone, or it says, though precious stones sparkle here and gleam like stars set at varying intervals, all these things are made up of earth, and of the lowest dregs of even baser matter. For not even if you value not even if you value these more highly, is it to be believed that the gods take pleasure in them, or that they do not refuse and scorn to shut themselves up and to be confined within these barriers. We have therefore, as I suppose, shown sufficiently that to the immortal gods temples have been either reared in vain, or built in consequence of insulting opinions held to their dishonor, and to the belittling of the power believed to be in their hands. We have next to say something about statues and images, which you form with much skill and tend with religious care, wherein, if there is any credibility, we can by no amount of consideration settle in our own minds whether you do this in earnest and with a serious purpose, or amuse yourselves in childish dreams by mocking at these very things. He says, I can't even tell if you guys are really serious when you do this stuff. It's so silly. But again, Arnobius himself, he admits he used to be a pagan, and now he's bashing the pagans to show his true repentance from having been a pagan. He's bashing all these practices, because he actually used to teach people to do this, guys, and he feels great shame over it. That's why he wrote this book. He's saying, I need to convince people to stop doing this. It's not just him like gloating or attacking them with some kind of hatred, but I mean, it's guilt that's driving Arnobius. He knows he has led people astray as a teacher of the pagans, and is trying to get people to worship Christ. He says, do you perchance say that under these images of deities there is displayed to you their presence, as it were, and that because it has not been given to you to see the gods, they are worshipped in this fashion, and the duties owed to them paid? He who says and asserts this does not believe that the gods exist. So he's like, man, if you really think that, you don't even believe in the God. You don't believe in God. And he is proved not to put faith in his own religion, to whom it is necessary to see what he may hold, lest that which may obscure is not seen may happen to be vain. Yep, that's the Catholics and Orthodox. They've just got to see stuff in order to even believe it exists. He says, we worship the gods, you say, by means of... Oh, okay, now he's going to say, this is what the pagans say. We worship the gods by means of images. And Arnobius says, what then? Without these, do the gods not know that they are worshipped? And will they not think that any honor is shown to them by you? And what greater wrong, disgrace, hardship can be inflicted than to acknowledge one God and yet make supplication to something else, to hope for help from a deity, and to pray to an image without feeling? And he quotes another, a common saying. He says that you guys who do this, he says, that's like when you seek a man's advice to require of asses and pigs their opinions as to what should be done. Sounds pretty harsh, doesn't it, guys? But it's the truth. And whence, finally, do you know whether all these images which you form and put in the place of the immortal gods reproduce and bear a resemblance to the gods? Okay, now guys, this is a very interesting point. This is a point that nobody that we've read from yet has made. But Arnobius is going to make the point. He's going to say, look, these images you make don't even look like the gods you worship. He says, don't you think that might be insulting to make a picture of somebody and you're not even sure if that's what he actually looks like? This point, guys, is very pertinent. It applies perfectly to the Catholics and Orthodox who make images all the time, including of Jesus Christ himself, that do not at all resemble him. He says, and whence finally do you know whether all these images which you form and put in the place of the immortal gods reproduce and bear a resemblance to the gods? For it may happen that in heaven one has a beard, who by you is represented with smooth cheeks, that another is rather advanced in years, to whom you give the appearance of a youth, that here he is fair, with blue eyes, who really has gray ones, that he has distended nostrils, whom you make and form with a high nose. For it is not right to call or name that an image which does not derive from the face of the original features like it, which can be recognized to be clear and certain from things which are manifest. He's saying that's just obvious, guys. You call it an image of the gods, and yet it doesn't even look like the person that you're making a supposed image of. He says, but if indeed this is not the case, as we all think that it is not, what, pray, is the meaning of so great audacity to fashion to yourself whatever form you please and say that that is an image? Well, Catholics and Orthodox, you are doing that today. You make images all the time. I think aside from making their images of Christ, which are so dishonoring, I think the second most dishonoring thing Catholics and Orthodox do is make images of Mary where she is unveiled. Because, guys, Mary was a Jew. I mean, even if Christianity hadn't been founded yet, you can be sure, just from the records from the scriptures and also ancient Jewish oral tradition, you know that they were always veiling the face. And especially a girl who was a virgin. I mean, Mary had decided to stay a virgin her whole life. Mary would have never been seen by any men, and yet they desecrate her, they degrade her, they tarnish her reputation by saying that she actually would have gone unveiled. The Catholics, or the Orthodox, not the Catholics, the Orthodox have invented a false tradition. It comes from somebody living in the 600s, that Mary actually had the evangelist Luke, the gospel writer, have her sit down and paint a picture of her. And of course, people write this who were not veiling the face anymore, so they didn't even know, because they're so foolish, that virgins would have been veiled. I mean, all women would have been veiled, but especially a virgin never even would have been seen outside of the house. And they think Mary would have been less righteous than any virgin in Jewish history, and also less righteous than all Christian women, and the least righteous virgin in Christian history. That's what they think about Mary, that she would have prostituted her face to a man and then told him to go and spread this image out for everybody to look at, to see her face, which would have been concealed previous to that. Nobody would have known what she looked like. But they think she did that. I mean, that is in this category of what Arnobius is talking about, that you're actually insulting Mary when you make a picture of her that is revealing what she used to keep hidden. But of course, even the face that they make for Mary is imagined. Nobody knows what Mary looks like. Okay, he says, you laugh because in ancient times the Persians worshipped rivers. He says, and you do not laugh when, instead of the immortal gods, you make supplication to little images of men and human forms. To such an extent is there wantonness and childish feeling in forming those little images, adorning them as gods, heaping upon them the divine virtues, when we see that the artists themselves find amusement in fashioning them, and set them up as monuments of their own lusts. These images, which fill you with terror and which you adore prostrate upon the ground in all the temples, are bones, stones, brass, silver, gold, clay, wood taken from a tree, or glue mixed with gypsum. You notice how he says then, these images which you're bowing to are just this physical matter, he says. He says they've just been heaped together from a harlot's gods, or from a woman's ornaments, or from camel's bones, or from the tooth of an Indian beast, or from cooked pots and little jars, from candlesticks and lamps, or from other less cleanly vessels. And having been melted down, they were cast into these shapes, and came out into the forms which you see, baked in potters' furnaces, produced by anvils and hammers, scraped with silversmiths, and filed down with ordinary files, cleft and hewn with saws, with augers, with axes, dug and hollowed out by the turning of borers, and smoothed with planes. Is not this then an error? Is it not, to speak accurately, folly to believe that a God which you yourself made with care, to kneel down trembling in supplication to that which has been formed by you, and while you know and are assured that it is the product of the labor of your hands, to cast yourself down upon your face, to beg aid suppliantly, and in adversity and time of distress, ask it to succor you with gracious and divine favor? Well, guys, that's what they do. Not even just to images of gods, but to images of man. If not even an image of God will aid you in any way, why would an image of a man aid you? Man, the degrees of insanity. And I wish I could say the degrees of insanity that mankind has recently reached, but unfortunately, they've been doing this for thousands of years, and somehow the devil has convinced people to go back to the most superstitious practices. We, Christians, who ought to be the most noble-minded and spiritual in our thinking, the majority of Christians have now been reduced to doing this, guys. The majority of Christians are Catholics and Orthodox. So you can say the majority of Christians are idol worshippers. Those who are supposed to be spiritual Israel have gone back to doing the things that carnal Israel have done. And it's a fulfillment of prophecy. There are a lot of similarities between ancient Israel and now the spiritual Israel, the church. They are like those idolatrous Israelites who think that they can worship God and idols at the same time. Here Arnobius continues, Lo, if someone were to place before you copper in the lump, and not formed in any works of art, masses of unwrought silver and gold, not fashioned into shape, wood, stones, and bones, with all the other materials of which statues and images of deities usually consist. Nay, more, if someone were to place before you the faces of battered gods, images melted down and broken, and were also to bid you to slay victims to the bits and fragments, and to give sacred and divine honors to masses without form, we ask you to say to us whether you would do this or refuse to obey. Guys, this is a good question for the Catholics and Orthodox. If these objects are so holy, if they're just holy in themselves, would you cease to worship them if they were battered or chipped away or broken? Or if they were melted down and burned to a crisp, all, tarnished with soot and ash? Would you still worship it? Guys, the answer is no. They only worship these things as long as they are pretty, as long as they are beautiful. That's how carnal they are. See, there's nothing truly holy about it. And they would acknowledge that, because as soon as somebody chips away at it or breaks it, they're like, it's not worth worshiping anymore because it doesn't look good. Man, how pathetic is that? He says, what reason is there then that all these bodies should want the power of deity and the rank of celestials if they remain untouched and unwrought, but should forthwith become gods and be classed and numbered among the inhabitants of heaven if they receive the forms of men, ears, noses, cheeks, lips, eyes, and eyebrows? Does the fashioning add any newness to these bodies, so that from this addition you are compelled to believe that something divine and majestic has been united to them? What stupidity it is, for I refuse to call it blindness, to suppose that the natures of things are changed by the kind of form into which they are forced, and that receives divinity from the appearance given to it, which in its original body has been inert and unreasoning and unmoved by feeling. Wow, Arnobius is just cutting these people to pieces spiritually, destroying them and giving them life in the process. Praise God, because a lot of people read Arnobius' writing and they stopped the idol worship just with these very good arguments. But unfortunately, the Catholics and Orthodox are capable of reading Arnobius and totally disregarding him. And they disregard him and they say, he's not that famous. He's a lesser-known church father. Well, why do you venerate him then? Why do you venerate him? I just don't understand these people. Arnobius. Let's look up Arnobius. Arnobius. A Christian. He was included in Jerome's book when he wrote a book on illustrious men. He included all the apostles, all the church fathers. He included Arnobius because through his writings he converted so many people to Christianity. And the Catholics and Orthodox will call him a church father. But then they'll just say, we don't really care. We don't care. But it's not just Arnobius, it's all of them. They don't care about any of these church fathers. Okay, let's keep going, though. Let's knock it out. He says, and so unmindful and forgetful of what the substance and origin of the images are, you, men, rational beings, and endowed with the gift of wisdom and discretion, sink down before pieces of baked earthenware, adore plates of copper, beg from the teeth of elephants good health, magistracies, sovereignties, powers, victories, acquisitions, gains, very good harvests, and very rich vintages. And while it is plain and clear that you're speaking to senseless things, you think that you're heard, and you bring yourselves into disgrace of your own accord by vainly and credulously deceiving yourselves. Oh, would that you might enter into some statue. He says, man, I wish you could enter into one of these statues. Rather, would that you might separate and break up into parts those Olympian and Capitoline Jupiters, and behold all those parts alone and by themselves which make up the whole of their bodies. You would at once see that these gods of yours, to whom the smoothness of their exterior gives a majestic appearance by its alluring brightness, are only a framework of flexible plates and particles without shape joined together, that they are kept from falling into ruin and fear of destruction by dovetails and clamps and brace irons, and that lead is run into the midst of all the hollows, and where the joints meet, and causes delay useful in preserving them. So he's saying there's so much stuff in here that's used to preserve them and keep them from decaying quickly, because everybody knows these things will decay eventually. He says, you would see, I say at once, that they have faces only without the rest of the head, imperfect hands without arms, bellies and sides in halves, incomplete feet, and which is most ridiculous, that they have been put together without uniformity in the construction of their bodies, being in one part made of wood, but in another part of stone. Now indeed, if these things could not be seen through the skill in which they were kept out of sight, even those at least which lie open to all should have taught and instructed you that you are effecting nothing and giving your services in vain to dead things. Let these teach you that there is nothing divine in images. Guys, do you think Arnobius could say there is nothing divine in images if the church was teaching that the images were divine? Again, guys, they call them the divine images in the Catholic and Orthodox Church. No, he says there's nothing divine in images. He says, but you err, meaning you make errors. He's saying the person is saying this to him. But you err, says my opponent, and are mistaken, for we do not consider either copper or gold or silver or those other materials of which statues are made to be in themselves gods and sacred deities, but in them we worship and venerate those whom their deification as sacred introduces and causes to dwell in statues made by workmen. And he says, the reasoning is not vicious nor despicable, by which anyone, the dull and also the most intelligent, can believe that the gods, forsaking their own proper seats, that is heaven, do not shrink back and avoid entering earthly habitations. Nay, more, that impelled by the right of dedication, they are joined to images. So he's saying, listen, actually, I think it is vicious and despicable to say that you actually can just invoke the gods, or as I would say to the Catholics and Orthodox, you actually think you can invoke the saints to come and be present in these images. You really just think the saints are demons, just floating around all over the earth in all these images and present in them. But the Catholics and Orthodox actually do believe that the saints and Mary actually do float around and sometimes even speak through their images. They teach that. Again, when we were talking about the crazy myths of the pagans, and I said that the Catholics and Orthodox also have their crazy myths, man, they do, guys. They have so many stories of the saints and Mary talking to people through their images. Man, it's just demonic. Arnobi says, moreover, if the same deity shall be said to be in all the statues, all reasonableness and soundness is lost to the truth. If this is assumed that at one time one can remain in them all, or each of the gods must be said to divide himself from himself, so that he is both himself and another, not separated by any distinction, but himself the same as another. But as nature rejects and spurns and scorns this, it must either be said and confessed that there are Vulcans without number, if we decide that he exists and is in all the images, or he will be in none, because he is prevented by nature from being divided among several. You see, guys, a soul can only live in one body at once. A soul can only be in one location at once. A demon can only be in one body at once. He can't be in multiple bodies. And likewise, even if the saints really could fly around and talk to people through images, you realize they could only be in one image at once. Otherwise, you're making them God. You're making them omnipresent, that they could just be everywhere and talking from multiple locations at once. But again, guys, the Catholics do deify the saints. And every single statement that we're reading here from the Church Fathers about believing that there are deities in these images and worshiping men as if they were deities, that actually does apply to the Catholics and Orthodox. And they justify it. They don't even skirt around it and say, no, the saints, we are not saying that the saints are divine. Guys, they actually do say that the saints are divine. Did you know that? They'll say, well, and they will quote, they'll twist, and they'll take quotes from the early church saying that in heaven, when we receive our new glorified bodies, will be divine, like Jesus. They'll take those quotes and they'll say, oh, yeah, see, the early church taught that. So we're already divine. But guys, that doesn't happen until the resurrection. The saints are not able to do those things yet. And that is why it is very important to establish that the saints are still in paradise under the earth, and that they are not in heaven. And there's much to show you from what the early church says about that. They're not in heaven yet. They're under the earth. They cannot be flying around. They don't have that freedom. But yeah, they would just say, yeah, we're all going to be deified, so therefore it is appropriate. Like the Catholics really go ham trying to push this concept. Oh yeah, the saints are already deified, so feel free to worship them. They are gods. That's what they say. We'll show you some quotes about that at another time. Okay, we're almost done. Would it not have been better to dance and to sing than calling it gravity and pretending to be serious to relate what is so insipid and so silly that images were formed by the ancients to check wrongdoing and to arouse the fears of the wicked and impious? He's saying, I mean, never at any time have these images actually helped people to not act wickedly. You'll find, guys, all the people worshiping images are acting wickedly and breaking God's law. There's never been somebody who bowed to images and obeyed God's laws. He says, since it has been sufficiently shown, as far as there has been opportunity, how vain it is to form images. Blah, blah, blah. He goes on, keeps speaking. He says, the true gods neither wish nor demand these, while those which are made of copper, earthenware, gypsum, or marble care much less than these things, for they have no feeling. No sounder opinion can be found, none truer, and one which anyone may adopt, although he may be stupid and very hard to convince. Wow, I'm sorry to say it, Catholics and Orthodox, but this is what the early church is saying to you. No sounder opinion can be found, none truer, and one which anyone may adopt, although he may be stupid and very hard to convince. He says, what is the cause, what the reason that incense is put on the altars before the very images of the deities, and that from it being burned, they are supposed to become friendly and gentle? What do they acquire from this being done, or what reaches their minds, so that we should be right in judging that these things are well expended and are not consumed uselessly and in vain? We honor the gods with this. He says, we honor the gods with this, someone will perhaps say. We honor the gods with this, someone will perhaps say. But we are not inquiring what your feeling is. Arnobius responds, he says, but we are not inquiring what your feeling is, but the gods. Nor do we ask what is done by you, but how much they value what is done to purchase their favor. So he's like, listen, this is what I want to know, you pagan. I know that you like incense, but can you prove that God is benefited at all by incense? That he likes incense? That's just something you like. You like gold. Can you prove that God likes gold? And that he would look at an image of Mary and say, yeah, that's pretty good. But then, like, if you plaster gold all around the borders of it, he's like, oh, now that's a good image of Mary. Oh, yeah, now we're talking. Gold. I mean, isn't that just how you're thinking? Because you're a very carnal human being? And because you like gold so much? You love wealth? You love money? And Arnobius says, but yet, oh, piety, what and how great is this honor, which is caused by the odor of a fire and produced from the gum of a tree? He's being sarcastic. For lest you should happen not to know what this incense is, or what is its origin, it's a gum flowing from the bark of trees, just as from the almond tree, the cherry tree, solidifying as it exudes it in drops. Does this then honor and magnify the celestial dignities? You consider that the deities have sexes, and that some of them are male and others female. We utterly deny that the powers of heaven have been distinguished by sexes, since this distinction has been given to the creatures of earth, which the author of the universe willed should embrace and generate, to provide by their carnal desires one generation of offspring after another. Now, I showed this quote, guys, because the Catholics and Orthodox really do believe that the saints continue to be male or female, even in heaven. And they call Mary the Queen of Heaven. But guys, you're going to hear the early church say again and again that God only invented the sexes. He says the distinction of sexes has been given to the creatures of earth, which the author of the universe willed should embrace and generate to provide by their carnal desires one generation of offspring after another. Well, guys, in heaven, you're not going to have carnal desires. Your body is not going to have sexual organs anymore. A woman is not going to have breasts or a womb. A man is not going to have genitals either. And there's not going to be marriage in heaven, and they're not going to be generating children in heaven. So there will be no distinction of the sexes anymore in heaven. And I just thought I would point this out, that even, Arnobius knows this. He's making this point, and that he says, you're crazy to think that the gods in heaven are male and female. Guys, not even the saints in heaven are male and female. But by the way, the saints are not in heaven yet. They're still in paradise. Anyway, I just thought I'd point that out. Mary is not a woman anymore. Okay, he says, for he who makes himself an image which he may worship for a god, must not be held to be devoted to religion. Let me read that sentence one more time, guys. Arnobius says to the Catholics and Orthodox, he who makes himself an image which he may worship for a god must not be held to be devoted to religion. Well, they do that with Jesus' image. Remember I was quoting John of Damascus above, he says, I will not cease to worship that matter, that senseless matter, because it depicts my God, Jesus. Well, if you do worship an image for a God, then you don't even have a religion. You can't even be considered a religious person. He says opinion constitutes religion and a right way of thinking about the gods. So he's saying that's what constitutes religion, is a right way of thinking about the gods, so that you do not think that they desire anything contrary to what becomes their exalted position, which is manifest. What else can be said to reach them from us than opinions worthy of the gods and most appropriate to their name? These are the surest gifts. These are true sacrifices. For gruel and incense and flesh feeds the devouring flames and agree very well with the parentalia of the dead. So he's saying whenever you're giving incense or like a flesh sacrifice of an animal, he's saying, man, the only person you're feeding there is just the flames. The gods aren't enjoying that. And he says, what you're actually doing here, all this sacrificing, he says this is actually very similar to the parentalia of the dead. So this was a festival that the Romans had of offering all kinds of things to dead people who've died in the past. They would have like a little celebration of somebody who's died, and they would offer some kind of thing to commemorate them. He's saying that's all that you guys are involved in. And guess what? Catholics and Orthodox, what you're doing agrees very well with the parentalia of the dead, that you give that kind of honor to dead people. All right, I have more here. You can read these as well, but I just was trying to highlight the ones that I thought were most useful. Okay, here's another one. This is interesting. He is speaking to a heathen, and he says, but the great mother also, says my opponent, being summoned from Phrygian Pessinus, is in precisely the same way by commands of the seers, was a cause of safety and great joy to the people. So he's saying this is a response that he'll hear from the heathens. They'll say, but the great mother, this was the statue of one of the pagan gods, was summoned from a faraway land and brought here. And they're saying, listen, this great mother of ours, this pagan, along with her statue, was a cause of safety and great joy to the people. Well, guys, I'll just tell you, the Catholics and Orthodox will say, but guys, don't you know about the miracles that have been performed by our great mother, Mary? Haven't you heard about the miracles? And our response would be, who cares? We don't care. We know that demons can perform miracles and signs. We're not going to worship your great mother, which is really just a demon that calls itself Mary. But it's not really Mary. Nobody's talking to Mary. Mary's been down there in bliss, in paradise, waiting for her resurrected body for a while now, and she has not been appearing anywhere on the earth. Okay, and now we move on to Lactantius, another very famous church father, considered a saint, venerated by the Catholics and Orthodox. And let's hear what Lactantius has to say. Yes, anybody have something to say? No? Cool. I'll keep going then. We are almost done, guys. And we're still recording. 3 hours and 36 minutes. We're going to finish. Okay, Lactantius says, he talks about some of the things that the pagans believe, and he's trying to use their own quotes from their pagan oracles against them. And again, he quotes the Sibyl, which was a pagan prophetess. He says, they are confirmed by some verses of the Sibyls to this effect. Inanimate demons, images of the dead, whose tombs the ill-fated Crete possesses as a boast. So he quotes them saying, listen, you guys should abandon the images of the dead, which are really just inanimate demons. And he's using their own quotes against them to try to show them that even their own Sibyls have told them not to worship the inanimate images of the dead. He says, therefore, men formed images of them that they might derive some consolation from the contemplation of their likenesses, and proceeding further through love of their worth, they began to reverence the memory of the deceased, that they might appear to be grateful for their services, and might attract their successors to a desire of ruling well. Well, Catholics and Orthodox, you are very grateful to the services of these images. He says, for while he declared his intention of consecrating the image of his daughter in the same manner, so he's talking about a pagan, while he declared his intention of consecrating the image of his daughter in the same manner in which they were consecrated by the ancients, he both taught that they were dead and showed the origin of a vain superstition. So he's saying even the guy who did this, he shows that this practice is actually a vain superstition. He says, "For if the ancients consecrated their memory in the same manner in which he says that he will consecrate the image and the name of his daughter, those who mourn may be pardoned, but those who believe it cannot be pardoned. For who is so infatuated as to believe that heaven is open to the dead at the consent and pleasure of a senseless multitude?" Well, Catholics and Orthodox believe that if they have enough bishops and monks saying so, that somebody is definitely in heaven and that he's been given special powers to help us out. Yes, he says, "It is plain, therefore, that those who are supposed to be gods were but men." I'll skip a few here. He says, "For it is virtue which is to be honored." Okay, now, guys, this is an important subject here. He's talking about the things that are really worth honoring and that the gods would consider something worth showing reverence for, and the things that the gods want to see in us. Again, he is a Christian, but he's talking to the pagans. He says, "For it is virtue which is to be honored, and not the image of virtue. And it is to be honored not by any sacrifice, or incense, or solemn prayer, but only by the will and purpose." So he's saying no images are to be honored with sacrifice, incense, or solemn prayer, but only by the will and purpose. For what else is it to honor virtue but to comprehend it with the mind and to hold it fast? And as soon as anyone begins to wish for this, he attains it. This is the only honor of virtue. For no other religion and worship is to be held but that of the one God. To what purport is it then, O wisest man, to occupy with superfluous building places, or to occupy with superfluous buildings places which may turn out to the service of men? To what purpose is it to establish priests for the worship of vain and senseless objects? To what purport to bestow such great expenditure, meaning spending a lot of money, on the forming or worshiping of images? Again, bowing to images. The human breast is a stronger and more uncorrupted temple. Let this rather be adorned. Let this be filled with the true deities. For they who thus worship the virtues, that is, who pursue the shadows and images of virtues, cannot hold the very things which are true. So again, Lactantius is saying, listen, the human chest, the human body is a stronger and more uncorrupted temple. Let this be adorned. Let this be filled with the true deities. And he's not talking about adorning it outwardly, guys. He's talking about adorning it with spiritual adornment. That would be all the virtues of the soul. That's how we adorn ourselves. It's how women should adorn themselves too. He says, "For they worship with incense, and the tips of their fingers, those things which they ought to have shrunk from with their innermost feelings, and this error is altogether derived from their ignorance of the principal and chief good." Guys, Catholics and Orthodox worship with incense and the tips of their fingers, those things which they ought to have shrunk from. That means they love to touch stuff. They love to rub their hands on it and their faces. They want to kiss and smooch and slobber on these objects. And they want to imagine that they're actually kissing the saint. Oh, I'm kissing Mary by doing this. Oh, yeah, I'm sure Mary really wants to be kissed by somebody. You know, Mary, the pure virgin, she wants some man, some carnal man in a flesh body, rubbing her image and rubbing his face all over her. I mean that's sure what a virgin Christian wants. Actually, you're mistaken. She never would have tolerated such a thing. It's not honoring. Okay, here he says, "As infant boys believe that every statue of bronze is a living man, so these imagine that all things feigned are true, all things pretended are true. They believe that statues of bronze contain a heart. It is a painter's gallery. There's nothing true. All things are fictitious. The poet indeed compares foolish men to infants, but I say that they are much more senseless than infants, for they, the infants, suppose that images are men, whence these take them for gods. The one through their age, the others through folly, imagine that which is not true. At any rate, the one soon cease to be deceived. The foolishness of the others is permanent and always increases. But, they say, we do not fear the images themselves, but those things after whose likeness they were formed." Guys, that's exactly what the Catholics and Orthodox say. We don't fear the images. It's the people whose likenesses after which they're formed, and to whose names they are dedicated. And Lactantius says, "You fear them doubtless on this account, because you think that they are in heaven. But if they are gods, the case cannot be otherwise. Why then do you not raise your eyes to heaven, and invoking their names offer sacrifices in the open air? Why do you look to walls and wood and stone rather than to the place where you believe them to be? Isn't that such a good question? Good argument. In which of these classes, then, shall we reckon the gods, if among the dead, who is so foolish as to worship them? You see, guys, we should not worship somebody if they're dead. Do you think that they would say that if they were worshiping the saints, if they were bowing to the images of the saints? You think anybody could say that if that's what was going on in the churches? No. If they're among the dead, who is so foolish as to worship them? If among the absent, then they are not to be worshipped, if they neither see our actions nor hear our prayers. But if the gods cannot be absent, for since they are divine, they see and hear all things, in whatever part of the universe they are, it follows that images are superfluous, since the gods are present everywhere, and it is sufficient to invoke with prayer the names of those who hear us. For the likeness of a man appears to be necessary at that time when he is far away, and it will become superfluous when he is at hand. But in the case of God, whose spirit and influences are diffused everywhere and can never be absent, it is plain that an image is always superfluous, meaning it's unnecessary. But they fear lest their religion should be altogether vain and empty if they should see nothing present which they may adore, and therefore they set up images. And since these are representations of the dead, they resemble the dead, for they are entirely destitute of perception. You guys see that this is the poor Catholics and Orthodox. I beg any Catholics or Orthodox listening to this, listen to Lactantius. He says that the pagans fear lest their religion should be altogether vain and empty if they should see nothing present which they may adore. And that's the reason why they set up images. Guys, if you are spiritual in your thinking, then you do not think like that pagan. You don't say to yourself, but I need to see something. I mean, imagine, guys, for somebody on the one hand to acknowledge that they ought to pray with their eyes closed, which is what we're told to do. The whole early church says we pray with our eyes closed. Imagine acknowledging that, and then on the other hand saying, but I need images in front of me. I mean, imagine, like, if all Christians suddenly became blind physically. Would we still have images? I'm curious. Like, would a group of blind Christians have images? I mean, they would have to admit there's no point if you can't see them, if it's impossible to even see them. So what then? Are they missing out on a major part of their religion? But wouldn't they? I mean, a true Christian would say, no, of course not. I see God with my mind. I worship God in my mind, in my spirit. God is a spirit, and those who worship God must worship God in spirit and truth. And Jesus says, you believe because you saw, but blessed are those who believe without seeing. How can I be a Christian if I say I have to see something when I'm praying in order to really feel like I'm praying? That is such an anti-Christian mindset. So this sentiment here that Lactantius is quoting is coming from pagans. It is here, present in this day, in the Catholics and Orthodox. And they are so far from the Christian religion because of it.
Right.
Yes. Right on. I'm sorry, guys, if I dwell too much on the same point, but it is for Catholics and Orthodox. I don't think you guys are going to be worshiping images, but hopefully you're edified by just hearing that this practice of bowing to images never existed. Okay, we're going to knock it out. He says, therefore, the image of God is not that which is fashioned by the fingers of men out of stone or bronze or other material, but man himself. Man is the image of God, since he has both perception and motion and performs many and great actions. Man, therefore, is to be regarded as the parent of these images. Therefore, he who made them is superior to the objects which were made, and yet no one looks up to the Maker himself or reverences him. They worship the images of the gods. They supplicate them, meaning they pray, with bended knee. They adore them. They sit or stand beside them through the whole day. And while they value these images so highly, they despise the artificers who made them. Is anyone so foolish as to suppose that there is anything in the image of a god in which there is nothing even of a man except the mere resemblance? And thus, being endowed with sense, adore objects which are senseless. Rational beings adore irrational objects. Oh, he says, and thus being endowed with sense, adore objects which are senseless. Rational beings adore irrational objects. Those who are alive adore inanimate objects. Those sprung from heaven adore earthly objects. You see how he connects adoring with bowing. Bowing to something on bended knee. He says that's adoration. to beg something from an image while you're bowing to it. That's adoration. Again, guys, the Catholics and Orthodox say, oh, we would never adore an image. We just venerate it. No, you do adore it, according to the ancient definition of adoration. And again, he quotes one of the sayings of Perseus. This is another ancient saying he's quoting to shame them. O souls bent down to the earth and destitute of heavenly things. And Lactantius says, rather, look to the heaven, to the sight of which God, your Creator, raised you. He gave to you an elevated countenance. You bend it down to the earth. You depress to things below, those lofty minds, which are raised together with their bodies to their parent, as though it repented you, meaning you regretted it, that you were not born quadrupeds. He's saying, man, it's just sad looking at you guys. It's like you regret having been born humans. It's like you wish that you were animals. For you do wretchedly roll yourselves on the ground when you seek here below that which you ought to have sought above. For when you lower yourselves to the earth and humiliate yourselves, you sink to your own accord to hell and condemn yourselves to death. See, guys, he's saying you should never bow to an image. Does it sound like they could possibly be bowing to a Christian image? I mean, there's just no chance of it. He says, but to despise and trample upon the earth is nothing else than to refrain from adoring images, because they are made of earth. Also, not to desire riches, and to despise the pleasures of the body, because wealth and the body itself, which we make use of as a lodging, is but earth. Worship a living being, that you may live, for he must necessarily die who has subjected himself and his soul to the dead. Again, that applies also to all praying to saints, not just to praying to their images. He says, they are delighted with trifling things and are captivated with the form of images, and they are unable to weigh every object in their own minds, so as to understand that nothing which is beheld by the eyes of mortals ought to be worshipped, because it must necessarily be mortal. They, therefore, who worship images are mere bodies without men, because they have given themselves to corporeal things, and do not see anything with the mind more than with the body. Whereas it is the office of the soul to perceive those things more clearly, which the eye of the body cannot behold. See, guys, we're talking about talking to God. If you're going to talk to God, understand, that's why God gave us the idea of eyelids. We can close our eyes. We can go into pure mind mode, soul mode, not looking at things with our eyes. We're not experiencing anything with our senses, but within our mind, we contemplate God and we speak to him. That is the best way to pray. And even to pray without speaking is the best way to pray. Of course, we pray out loud, and it's fine, and there's no sin in praying with your eyes open. But God gives us this way of turning off our senses so that we can be in perfect communion with God, or at least much closer to communion, by only contemplating him within our minds. He says, and assuredly, if these things are useless, it is not right that sublime and lofty souls should be called away and depressed to the earth, but that they should think only of heavenly things. False religious systems, therefore, have been attacked by more sagacious men because they perceived their falsehood. Okay, now this is an interesting sentence here, guys. This really applies to the Catholics and Orthodox. He says, false religious systems, therefore, have been attacked by more sagacious men. That means more like clever in their arguments because they perceive their falsehood. So he's saying, the more clever or intelligent even of the pagans have realized that there are false religious systems now. But guys, nowadays, we have to deal with the opposite. Now, the true religion is being attacked by sagacious men. Men who want to make all kinds of clever arguments for why, no, Christians should still be doing this. And actually, you're commanded to. And actually, you're not a Christian if you don't bow down to the images and kiss them. That's the current position. Not just that you're permitted to, you are required to. And these people claim that they haven't changed their version of Christianity at all, that they're the perfect preservers of the faith. Anathema to them. He says, what majesty then can images have, which were altogether in the power of puny man, either that they should be formed into something else, or that they should not be made at all? Therefore they adore mortal things as made by mortals, for they may be broken or burnt or be destroyed, for they are often apt to be broken to pieces, when houses fall through age, and when consumed by conflagration, meaning some kind of huge uproar in a city, like some attack. They waste away to ashes, and in many instances, unless aided by their own magnitude or protected by diligent watchfulness, they become the prey of thieves, What madness is it then to fear those objects for which either the downfall of a building or fires or thefts may be feared? What folly to hope for protection from those things which are unable to protect themselves. What perversity to have recourse to the guardianship of those which, when injured, are themselves unavenged, unless vengeance is exacted by their worshippers. Where then is truth? Where no violence can be applied to religion, where there appears to be nothing which can be injured, where no sacrilege can be committed. Now, I want you guys to understand, you're hearing him say, these people have to protect their images and that the images don't protect them. You might think, well, do the Catholics and Orthodox really think that their images protect them? Yes, they do, guys. They actually believe that wars have been thwarted, that attacks from invading armies on cities have been thwarted by picking up images and putting them on the top of the wall that overlooks the attacking army. They actually do believe that their images protect them. And of course, they would make the same pagan argument that, well, no, it's the God depicted by the image protecting me. But no, they no less say that the image itself is holy. And the Orthodox have all these ridiculous myths that they've gotten from their insane monks and false priests, where they say that, Mary has actually showed up in the past. She's actually appeared and said, hey, take care of my image. Don't you dare let anything happen to my image. They have this one legend where they say some monk in a monastery happened to be passing by an image of Mary one night, and he had a little torch, he had a little lantern, and that a little bit of soot fell off of the candle, and it landed on the image of Mary, and that Mary instantly spoke through the image and said, "What? How dare you? You better watch over my image. You better be more careful from now on." I mean, guys, they actually believe this stuff. So Lactantius is talking to them directly. Don't think that this is not pertinent to them. They do believe that their images protect mankind, and they also believe that their images need to be protected and preserved. And that you're committing a sin if you let anything bad happen to an image. Like if you get a little bit of dirt on an image, that's a sin. They actually believe that. And they say, "It is in vain, therefore, that men set off and adorn their gods with gold, ivory, and jewels, as though they were capable of deriving any pleasure from these things. What is the use of precious gifts to insensible objects? Is it the same which the dead have? For as they embalm the bodies of the dead, wrap them in spices and precious garments, and bury them in the earth, so they honor the gods, who, when they were made, did not perceive it." He's making a joke. When the gods were made, they did not perceive it. And when they are worshipped, they have no knowledge of it, for they did not receive sensibility on their consecration. So he's saying when this object, this image was consecrated, and they said, all right, it's officially holy, everybody worship it. They're saying, well, unfortunately, they didn't receive the ability to sense anything at their consecration. That's too bad. He says, therefore, men offer to these dolls, which are of large size, and adorned as though for the stage, both perfumes and incense and odors. That's the Catholics and Orthodox. They approach the gods, therefore, not so much on account of religion, which can have no place in badly acquired and corruptible things, so that they may gaze upon the gold and view the brilliancy of polished marble or ivory, that they may survey with unwearied contemplation garments adorned with precious stones and colors, or cups studded with glittering jewels. And the more ornamented are the temples, and the more beautiful the images, so much the greater majesty are they believed to have. So entirely is their religion confined to that which the desire of men admires. But they feel assured of their excellence and truth on this account, because the ancients have handed them down. And so great is the authority of antiquity that it is said to be a crime to inquire into it, and thus it is everywhere believed as ascertained truth. Guys, that's the Catholics and the Orthodox. They say, listen, they laid this down in 787 AD. This is ancient, very ancient, that we must be adoring the images. Sorry, not adoring. Oh, I mean venerating. We must do it, or we're anathema. They think you're accursed if you don't do it. What madness is it then, either to form those objects that they themselves may afterwards fear, or to fear the things that they have formed? However, they say, we do not fear the images themselves, but those beings after whose likeness they were formed. Oh, did I already have this quote? I may have. I did. I had it twice. Is that Lactantius? Book 2, chapter 2. All right. Oh, does he say it twice? All right, I'll just keep going. All right, he says, how much better, therefore, is it to leave vain and insensible objects, and instead to turn our eyes in that direction, where is the seat and dwelling place of the true God. It is also supernatural. Oh, now listen to this, guys. This is for the Catholics. It is also supernatural that the statue of Fortune in the form of a woman is reported to have spoken more than once. Also that the statue of Juno Moneta, when one of the soldiers jokingly asked whether she wished to transfer to Rome, answered that she wished it. And so, yes, he goes on to explain this is obviously demons doing this, but just so you know, guys, even the Greeks had miracles performed with their images and their statues. Are we to all become pagan idolaters? Are we to become Greeks and believe in the Greek pantheon just because these miracles happen? Guys, the early Christians did not deny that these things had happened. They said, oh yeah, it's demons doing it. But the Catholics are so wicked and so devoid of any spiritual discernment that they actually tell people the reason why you should believe in our religion is because there were miracles performed with statues. So forget the testimony of the early church, forget the teachings of the universal church and all the bishops about images, and forget all their warnings that demons can actually speak through images and statues. No. Join the Catholic Church because of our miracles that happened, these satanic, these demonic miracles that happened with our talking statues. Yeah. Okay, like Ancha says, I've shown that the religious ceremonies of the gods are in vain for 3 reasons. In the first place, those images that are worshipped are representations of men who are dead, and it is a wrong and inconsistent thing that the image of a man should be worshipped by the image of God. For he who worships is naturally lower and weaker than that which is worshipped. Furthermore, it is an unforgivable crime to desert the living in order to serve memorials for the dead. For the dead can neither give life nor light to anyone, for they are themselves without it. Secondly, the sacred images themselves, to which most senseless men render service, are destitute of all perception, for they are earth. Without a doubt, there is no religion wherever there is an image. All right, everybody, file that away. That's one of our main quotes that we like to quote a lot. Without a doubt, there is no religion wherever there is an image. For religion consists of divine things, and there is nothing divine except in heavenly things. So it follows that images are without religion. For there can be nothing heavenly in something that is made from the earth. And then he talks about, this is another book he wrote, on the manner in which the persecutors died. It's a little historical account of how many of those emperors died. He says, while it was yet hardly light, the prefect, this means one of the governors, together with chief commanders, come to the church in Nicomedia. The gates having been forced open, they searched everywhere for an image of the divinity. So guys, they're ransacking a church to try to find an image. However, only the books of the Holy Scriptures were found, and they were committed to the flames. The utensils and furniture of the church were abandoned to pillage. So here's another account, guys. The Romans are looking for some images. They can't find any. Oh, I needed to make this a larger font. Okay, guys, now they did have a council in 305 where they made this canon. So a canon just means a rule. So guys, even before the Council of Nicaea, there was a council of a bunch of bishops who got together, and among many of the rulings that they made at the end of the council, they were addressing some problems that they were seeing arise in the church. They said pictures are not to be placed in churches so that they do not become objects of worship and adoration. Yep. And here's Eusebius. So Eusebius has this famous letter, guys. A letter which, first, Constantine, Emperor Constantine, who legalized Christianity, his sister wrote Eusebius a letter asking him to either send an image or perhaps describe an image of Jesus that he had seen before in his life. And she was asking, could you please tell me about it? Could you tell me a little more? I've heard about this image of Jesus. And this is Eusebius's response to Constantine's sister. He says, you also wrote me concerning some supposed image of Christ, which image you wish me to send to you. Now, what kind of a thing is it that you call the image of Christ? I do not know what impelled you to request that an image of our Savior should be delineated, meaning that it should be described to you. What sort of image of Christ are you seeking? For they too make such idols when they wish to mold the likeness of what they consider to be a god, or as they might say, one of the heroes, or anything else of the kind, yet are unable even to approach a resemblance. And so they delineate, they describe, and represent some strange human shapes. Surely even you will agree that such practices are not lawful for us, meaning for us Christians. But if you mean to ask me of the image, not of his form transformed into that of God, but that of the mortal flesh before its transformation, can it be that you have forgotten that passage in which God lays down the law, that no likeness should be made either of what is in heaven or what is in the earth beneath? Have you ever heard anything of the kind, either yourself in church or from another person? Are not such things banished and excluded from churches all over the world? And is it not common knowledge that such practices are not permitted to us alone, meaning us alone as Christians? Once, I do not know how, a woman brought me in her hands a picture of two men in the guise of philosophers, and let fall the statement that they were Paul and the Savior. I have no means of saying where she had had this form or learned such a thing. With the view that neither she nor others might be given offense, I took it away from her and kept it in my house, as I thought it improper that such things ever be exhibited to others, lest we appear like idol worshippers to carry our God around in an image. I note that Paul instructs all of us not to cling any more to things of the flesh, for he says, though we have known Christ after the flesh, yet now henceforth know we him no more. It is said that Simon the sorcerer is worshipped by godless heretics painted in lifeless material. I have also seen myself the man who bears the name of Madness. I think he's talking about Manes, that's one of the heretics. The man who bears the name of Madness painted on an image and escorted by Manichees. So that would be the followers of Manichae, or Manes as his name is. To us, however, such things are forbidden, for in confessing the Lord God our Savior, we make ready to see him as God, and we ourselves cleanse our hearts, that we may see him after we have been cleansed. So he's saying the true seeing of God happens after we've become spiritual in our thinking. Isn't this a great letter? I mean, Eusebius in the 300s is saying, man, lady, I'm afraid you really don't understand what Christianity is if you're asking me to describe some picture of Jesus to you, or to even get you this image that you heard about. He says, on the contrary, I mean, I've heard about people carrying around pictures of Jesus, and I tell them, go hide that. He said, I wouldn't put it in my house. Otherwise, they're going to think we're idol worshippers, he said. Here's Athanasius. We have a few quotes. I'll just quote these parts in red because we're running out of time. Athanasius, again, who is present at the Council of Nicaea and lived in the 300s, lived throughout the 300s. This is his opinion. He says, and graven images were worshipped by the commands of kings, whom men could not honor in presence because they dwelt afar off. They took the counterfeit of his visage, meaning his appearance, from afar, and made an express image of the king whom they honored, to the end that by this, their forwardness, they might flatter him that was absent as if he were present. So he's saying this is their forwardness, this is their audacity, that they would want to honor a king even after he was gone. That it wasn't enough to honor him when he was there. They got to have a picture of him and honor the picture as if it were the king. He says, so also you yourselves, had ye your reasoning power in full strength, would not reduce to matter so great a revelation of the Godhead, but neither would ye have given to the image greater honor than to the man that carved it. Yet far more would it be right to deify the artist who carved and engraved them, as being far more powerful and divine than they, inasmuch as they were cut and fashioned according to his will. We may find some more quotes from Athanasius on the subject, but we just thought we would throw these in here real quick. All right, we really are close, guys. Look, not many more. Here is Epiphanius, one of the very most famous of, I wouldn't necessarily call him a church father because he's living in the late 300s, early 400s. But Epiphanius is famous among the Orthodox and Catholics and hated because he happened to live at a time when he found some images of Jesus, or he actually wasn't even sure who the painting was. He thought it might be of some saint, and he found it in a church. We're about to read the story of what he did. He destroyed it, or actually he took it and sold it. That's what he did, to get some money, and he gave it to the poor. But guys, Epiphanius is venerated in the Catholic and Orthodox Church, and yet he is considered by them to be like one of the biggest enemies, to be saying, wow, there's this new practice of like people wanting to put pictures in their churches. And he says, this is really bad. This is going to lead to idolatry. We need to not do this. So guys, he's venerated in Eastern Orthodox Church, Oriental Orthodox Church, and Catholic Church. And he's got his own feast day, May the 12th. Okay, let's see what Epiphanius says. So, guys, he wrote a letter about some place that he had visited, and then here's the story of what happened when he was visiting a church that was far away from his normal church in Cyprus. He says, asking what place it was, and learning it to be a church, I went in to pray, and found there a curtain hanging on the doors of the said church, dyed and embroidered. It bore an image either of Christ or of one of the saints. I do not rightly remember whose the image was. Seeing this and being loath that an image of a man should be hung up in Christ's church, contrary to the teaching of the Scriptures, I tore it asunder and advised the custodians to the place to use it as a winding sheet for some poor person. They, however, murmured and said that if I made up my mind to tear it, it was only fair that I should give them another curtain in its place. As soon as I heard this, I promised that I would give one, and said that I would send it at once. Since then, there has been some little delay, due to the fact that I have been seeking a curtain of the best quality to give them instead of the former one, and thought it right to send to Cyprus for one. I have now sent the best I could find, and I beg that you will order the presbyter of the place to take the curtain which I have sent from the hands of the reader, and that you will afterwards give directions that certain curtains of the same sort, opposed as they are to our religion, shall not be hung up in any church of Christ. Guys, it's amazing that the Catholics and Orthodox will read this quote from Epiphanius, and they'll say, well, he's a real outlier. He's a real weirdo. And he was just inventing this idea that, we shouldn't be having images in churches. Guys, do you get that impression after everything we've read of so many church fathers, such a massive amount of time, so many quotes, it took us 4 hours to read them? Do you get that impression that Epiphanius is just coming up with something brand new? I sure don't. And he says even more. In his book, The Panarion, which is a book he wrote, these 3 quotes here are they're from a book where he condemns heresies, and so he's going to condemn some of the heretical sects that they like to make images and venerate them. He says, how can the practice not seem idolatrous, and the undertaking the devil's? But the devil has always slipped into the human mind in the guise of someone righteous, and to deify mortal human nature in human eyes, he made human images with a great variety of arts. And yet the men who are worshipped have died, and their images, which have never lived, are introduced for worship. And since they've never lived, they can't be called dead either. Talking about the images. He says, it was not with carved images yet, or with reliefs in stone, wood, or silver, plated substances, or ones made of gold or any other material, that the human reason invented evil for itself, and with its freedom, reason, and intellect, invented transgression instead of goodness, but only with paintings and portraits. So he's saying it's not with these things that the human reason invented evil for itself, and with its freedom, reason, and intellect, invented transgression instead of goodness, but only with paintings and portraits. Yeah, so human beings have invented these new kinds of evils. Using reason and intellect. That's an incredible thing. Because most sins are actually from our flesh. It's from our carnal desires. Sexual immorality, gluttony, hatreds, violence, murders. Those are usually from the flesh. But these were invented from reason, or from a person's intellect. But, it's just so contrary to reason and intellect at the same time. It's quite incredible, isn't it? He has another quote. He says, Marcellina at Rome was a follower of his. He secretly made images of Jesus, Paul, Homer, and Pythagoras. He burned incense to them and worshipped them. So he's condemning a heretical sect. See how the burning of the incense and the worshiping, the bowing, it goes all hand in hand with idolatry. And the Catholics and Orthodox make sure never to omit the bowing and the burning of incense, just so that we won't have any doubt that they are idolaters. They did us that favor. Okay, now this is the last will and testament. They say that Epiphanius' some of his last words before he died. Now this is quoted at one of the councils. There was a council, by the way, guys, in 754, just a few years before that council, which commanded everybody to bow to images and kiss them and pray to them. A few years before, about 30 years before that, there was the Council of Hieria. And they actually forbade everybody from showing any veneration to images. So 30 years afterward is when we got that council, the Second Council of Nicaea, where they said, actually, far from what Hieria said, we're going to command you to do it. And at the the Council of Hieraea in 754, which, by the way, had more bishops in it than Second Council of Nicaea. They quoted Epiphanius. They said, "Do you guys realize Epiphanius, after this whole issue of finding Christians putting up images in churches, he made sure one of the last things he said was, again, in this matter, my beloved children, keep in mind not to set up icons in churches or in the cemeteries of the saints, but always have God in your hearts through remembrance. Do not even have icons in private houses, for it is not permissible for the Christian to let his eyes wander or indulge in reveries." So they quoted that at the Council of Hieraea, saying, look, and they quoted many other church fathers too, to say, look, the church has never venerated images. They've always said the exact opposite, that we should never bow to an image. And even the Jews knew that. So just interesting, huh? That, by the way, we don't have this record from anybody except the Council of Hieraea, but we don't believe that they were lying. And even the Catholics and Orthodox, they just like to say that Epiphanius is an idiot. They don't even deny that he was against images. Okay, here's John Chrysostom living. He's a contemporary of Epiphanius. We're now in the post-Nicene quotes, by the way, guys. So Council of Elvira, that's not post-Nicene, but Athanasius is, Epiphanius, and John Chrysostom now. John Chrysostom says this, such a wise statement. He says, actually, Moses and all the prophets were long dead in the body, but in their writings they had them. After all, if a person sets up a lifeless image of son or dear one, and thinks that person, though dead, is present, and through the lifeless image he imagines him, much more do we enjoy the communion of the saints through the divine scriptures, having in them images not of their bodies, but of their souls, the words spoken by them being of their very souls. So he's saying we get much closer to these people by having their words recorded for us. That is actually comprehending and being close to the soul of these persons much more than seeing their face. And again, the faces people come up with aren't even the real faces. All right, here's Hilary of Poitiers, writing in the 300s. I just found this quote the other day. I was by sheer coincidence, and there are many more, guys. This is not a complete list. Far from it. Hilary says, this is a man, he says, "It was not the carnal body which he had received by birth from the Virgin that could manifest to them the image and likeness of God. The human aspect which he wore could be no aid towards the mental vision of the incorporeal God. Other images made of metals or colors or other metals by various arts reproduce the appearance of the objects which they represent. Yet can lifeless copies be put on a level with their living originals? Painted or carved or molten effigies, meaning an image, with the nature which they imitate? The Son is not the image of the Father after such a fashion as this. He is the living image of the living." Yep. So he says, the Son is not the image of the Father in a physical way. Jesus took on our image in that way, and even something uglier than most of us. We aren't going to say that that's the image of God the Father, but rather invisibly, spiritually, in Jesus' divine essence, which was hidden, that was the true God, incognito, hiding in a disguise. Here's a little a duo of quotes. So this quote that we get from Vigilantius actually comes from Jerome. We don't have any of Vigilantius' writings except from Jerome, but Jerome got really angry, guys. I'm going to tell you the story. Jerome is accused by somebody who used to be his disciple and who later left him. He's accused of venerating saints too much. So this is in the 400s. And Jerome writes this letter. Well, first, Vigilantius writes something, and he tells some other people about it. He says, I've observed Jerome doing this thing where during church services, he will actually take some powder, which he says are some of the ashes of some saint who has died, and he'll put them in this big bowl, and he'll put this really expensive cloth over it. He'll drape it, and will walk through the church, and that sometimes people even kiss this bowl of powder, or of the ashes, the remains of some saint. And he says, man, Jerome is guilty of adoring the saints. And then Jerome responds to it. And I think the response of Jerome is just startling. When you hear it, you're going to be shocked. Because Jerome, again, in this instance, is being accused of over-venerating, and his defense just shows how heretical the Catholics and Orthodox are. Okay, Vigilantius says, "What need is there for you not only to pay such honor, not to say adoration, to the thing, whatever it may be, which you carry about in a little vessel and worship. So he's saying, what is there? What need is there to pay such honor? Not to say adoration. So he's actually saying it's actually more like adoration to the stuff in a little vessel. He says, why do you kiss and adore a bit of powder wrapped up in a cloth? Under the cloak of religion, we see what is all but a heathen ceremony introduced into the churches. While the sun is still shining, heaps of tapers are lighted. So he's saying they're lighting candles. And everywhere, a paltry bit of powder wrapped up in a costly cloth is kissed and worshipped. Great honor do men of this sort pay to the blessed martyrs, who, they think, are to be made glorious by trumpery tapers or candles, when the Lamb who's in the midst of the throne, with all the brightness of his majesty, gives them light. So he's saying this is crazy that they're doing this. He's like, it's broad daylight. They don't even need these candles, he says. While the sun is still shining, they're lighting candles. He's saying this is crazy. This is like a ceremony they're making for the martyrs. And there's no practical value to these candles at all. They're just making some kind of worship ceremony to the saints. And now Vigilantes is calling that worship. Now listen to Jerome's response. Now he gets angry. He goes, madman, who in the world ever adored the martyrs? So he says, I don't adore them. How dare you accuse me of that? But do you know what's really interesting about this? He's denying adoring them. And specifically, he's denying that anybody bows to them. He says, he quotes later on, well, maybe I'll just read the whole thing. He says, whoever thought man was God? Did not Paul and Barnabas, when the people of Lycaonia thought them to be Jupiter and Mercury, and would have offered sacrifices to them, tore their clothes and declared they were men? Not that they were not better than Jupiter and Mercury, who were but men long ago dead, but because under the mistaken ideas of the Gentiles, the honor due to God was being paid to them. He says, and we read the same respecting Peter, who, when Cornelius wished to adore him, raised him by the hand and said, stand up, for I also am a man. Do you guys know what Cornelius did to Peter? We actually just read it today. Anybody? Answer me. Does anybody remember what we read today from Acts 10? What did Cornelius do to Peter, which constituted adoration? Anybody
Worshipped him.
He worshipped him. And what does worship mean, Elisha?
Adore.
Well, it means something else. What is worship? Jeremiah, what does worship mean? What's the definition of
Bow
that?
down.
It means bow down. So in Jerome's mind, he says adoring is the same. He knows that adoring is bowing, but he says, you madman, Vigilantius, who in the world ever adored martyrs? Well, guess what, guys? The Catholics and Orthodox do adore martyrs. So even Jerome, who is being accused of worshiping martyrs, which he denies, even what he was doing was not nearly as bad as what the Catholics and Orthodox do. And he says you'd be a madman to adore the martyrs. In other words, to bow to them, because he sees them as being the same thing. Madman. He says that's madness. And he's talking to the Catholics and Orthodox. And this goes also for these, even just having the bones or the remains of any martyr, that you don't bow down to that. You don't go kissing it. Early church never did that. What the early church would do is if somebody was martyred, they'd collect their bones and they'd bury them. End of story. Okay, we got a couple more and we're done. Here's Augustine, and he's talking again to pagans. He says, but it will be said, we also have very many instruments and vessels made of materials or metal of this description for the purpose of celebrating the sacraments, which being consecrated by these ministrations are called holy. All right, now, I should give you some backdrop, guys. He is saying that a person is saying, look, we're allowed to offer some kind of special veneration to objects, right? He's saying somebody hypothetically is saying that. He's saying, well, because don't we have like consecrated objects, like objects that are consecrated, meaning like it's set aside for holy use in the Eucharist, like a vessel that either would hold the bread or that somebody would pour the wine into. And in the church, they would have that. They would say, look, somebody bring forward a vessel, and this vessel is set aside for this use. So he's saying this person will say, well, we also have very many instruments and vessels made of materials or metal of this description for the purpose of celebrating the sacraments, which being consecrated by these ministrations are called holy in honor of him who is thus worshipped for our salvation. And then he says, and what indeed are these very instruments or vessels but the work of men's hands? For have they mouth and yet speak not? Have they eyes and see not? Do we pray unto them? Because through them we pray to God? Catholics and Orthodox, listen to Augustine. He says, do we pray to objects? It doesn't matter how holy they are. Do we pray to them? Because through them we pray to God. This is the chief cause of this insane profanity, that the figure resembling the living person, which induces men to worship it, has more influence in the minds of these miserable persons than the evident fact that it is not living, so that it ought to be despised by the living. I'm sorry, guys, we got a lot. Maybe we'll just we'll wrap it up. I'm going to read Asterius, and there are so many more quotes from after Nicaea that I'd like to quote. You guys can always read these yourself. You've got the quote, the website. Look at this, guys. 4 hours and 24 minutes, a new record. Okay, we're going to read Asterius. This is another bishop living in the late 300s, and he says, others again, now guys, in this work, this is a homily, this is a sermon he gave, and he's criticizing some of the Christians. He says, others again, according to common report, are lovers of like vanity, but having cherished wickedness to a greater degree, they have not restricted their foolish invention even to the things already mentioned, but having found some idle and extravagant style of weaving, which by the twining of the warp and the woof produces the effect of a picture and imprints upon their robes the forms of all creatures, they artfully produce, both for themselves and for their wives and children, clothing beflowered and wrought with 10,000 objects. Thenceforth they become self-confident. They no longer engage in serious business. From the vastness of their wealth they misuse life by not using it. They act contrary to Paul and contend against the divinely inspired voices, not by words but by deeds. For what he by word forbade, these men by their deeds support and confirm. He says, when therefore they dress themselves and appear in public, they look like pictured walls in the eyes of those that meet them. And perhaps even the children surround them, smiling to one another and pointing out with the finger the picture on the garment, and walk along with them, following them for a long time. On these garments are lions and leopards, bears and bulls and frogs, woods and rocks and hunters, and all attempts to imitate nature by painting. For it was necessary, as it seems, to adorn not only their houses, but finally also their tunics and their mantles. But such rich men and women as are more pious, meaning they're more righteous, they're more religious, they have gathered up the gospel history and turned it over to the weavers. I mean Christ himself with all the disciples and each of the miracles as recorded in the gospel. You may see the wedding of Galilee and the water pots, the paralytic carrying his bed on his shoulders, the blind man being healed with the clay, the woman with the bloody issue taking hold of the border of the garment, the sinful woman falling at the feet of Jesus, Lazarus returning to life from the grave. In doing this, they consider that they are acting piously and are clad in garments pleasing to God. But if they take my advice, let them sell those clothes and honor the living image of God. He's saying give it to the poor. That's how you honor the image of God. Do not picture Christ on your garments. It is enough that he once suffered the humiliation of dwelling in a human body, which of his own accord he assumed for our sakes. So, not upon your robes, but upon your soul carry about his image. I think I'll wrap it up and you guys can read more. But this just covers the first 400 years of Christianity. And there are more quotes, guys. I put it together quickly, as I said, because it was an emergency. And we want people to see what the true testimony of the early church is on this issue. And so, does anybody have any questions?
That was a lot.
Yes, sir.
I had to take a little bit of a break and call my dad and use the bathroom and eat. But no, I just never really thought that the Catholics had it right regarding this, and the early church fathers didn't either. Like they think it's heretical, and I would agree. I would agree with that. I mean, that's like crazy though, how many quotes there really are just for one subject.
Yes. Well, it's very clear that they didn't have any exceptions to this rule. They would have named the exception. They would have said, "Oh, you pagans, you've got your images and we've got ours. We've got our holy ones." No such exception is ever recorded in the early church. And we will, though, have another call where we take the quotes that the Catholics and Orthodox use, they try to twist and use as evidence against the clear truth, against this doctrine which denounces all idolatry. And we'll show you guys their clever arguments, and we'll teach you the answers to those things in case anyone is vulnerable to them. And especially because you guys are new to the faith, and because we would be heartbroken to see any of you fall away to the Catholics or the Orthodox, not just because this false doctrine, but many other false doctrines they teach. We're in emergency mode and doing our best to help all of you. So we hope you guys are edified. It's so funny reading your messages. It says, yesterday, Isaiah said, "Luke, are you reading the whole entire thing tonight?" And yeah, I really did go over midnight. But it's necessary that we have a video where we just read over all these things. And guys, you can always listen to it at 2 times speed. So although we did go for 4.5 hours, if you watch it on 2.5 speed, it's only 2 hours and 15 minutes. So, well, we're going to wrap it up then, guys. Thank you for sticking it out with me, and I hope you were built up. I hope you have all confidence against this false doctrine, and we will give you even more. And we will show you that even post-Nicene, guys, there was much controversy about this when people started putting images in churches, and that even when they finally made their decree in 787 that you are required to bow down to these images now, guys, half the church opposed it. Half the church said, we'll never obey that command. Never. That is idolatry. So you can just be sure. Mikey, I cannot hear you. You want to join in for a second? You're not muted. Nope, can't hear you, Mikey. Oh, there you go. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It's funny. I was about to ask a question. It was like, never mind. Anyway, yeah, I just want so like depictions of Jesus on the cross. That's no.
Well,
That's
if
a no.
you hear the early church talking about it, and they say, man, don't picture Jesus, like Asterius says, don't picture Jesus on your clothes. It was humiliating enough that he had to be pictured once, by becoming a human being in this lowly fleshly body. The body that became glorified doesn't look anything like that body. And he has to hide his glory from us, guys, even to be around us. Jesus is bright and glorious in his true form. You remember the transfiguration? Remember how bright it was? You couldn't even look at him. He was bright as the sun, it says. So Jesus has to hide that and kind of empty himself of his glory for our sakes, just so that we can survive being around him. Remember, like with Moses? Moses couldn't look at him in his glory. So, to depict Jesus at all in pictures, understand you are depicting him in a lower form, and it is not the sin of worshiping Jesus. I'm sorry, it is not the sin of idolatry. It is not the sin of worshiping a picture of Jesus, to have any picture of Jesus. Eusebius said he went and hid the picture because he was afraid somebody would think that we worship images or that we carry about images of our gods. But perhaps only as an illustration of a scene that might be permitted. But just to take a picture of Jesus, like an actual icon, just here's Jesus' face, or just here's Jesus standing there. It's a picture of him standing there. That is an occasion for idolatry, especially when we hang that stuff up in our houses, or if we were to hang it up in a church. People would just see it as Jesus. So they think, oh, we got to reverence this thing. This is our Lord right here. This is our Lord, and they wouldn't see it as that's just a picture. Somebody drew a picture. And they're calling that Jesus. So we should just be very careful. And I understand why the church was very sensitive about it in saying, just don't do any pictures at all. Sometimes they say that, just no pictures at all. And at other times they say, decorations are all right, but not to make an idol, not to make like a standalone picture of somebody. I would advise all of you guys just to be very cautious. None of us have come to the conclusion that all pictures of any kind are evil, but there is a kind of picture that is just an invitation to idolatry. And that's the kind that all the Orthodox and Catholics make. Those you can look at them, you can see they're intended to be venerated, especially the way they're set up on pedestals and such. But I do try to go around without anything on my shirts, guys. I don't. We all practice that. We don't go around with images on our shirts of any kind. Maybe some text. Maybe some good edifying text. Let us not be absorbed with the carnal things. We
Hey
can.
Luke, I got a question.
Yeah, Jeremiah, go ahead.
So the cross is fine, right? I mean, I've seen people do absolutely crazy things with it, like in the Catholic Church, how they'll make a physically like carved out image of Jesus in the middle of the whole church and have it like hanging against the wall. Like that's insane to me. But I mean, in itself, I mean, cross what it represents. Would that be a bad like thing to have?
None of us have crosses. We don't put any crosses in our homes of any kind. And it doesn't appear that the early church ever did any of that either. If somebody did it, it was
Okay,
against the teaching of the church to go and set up crosses or images in church.
indefinitely. Okay. All right, that was just my question.
Yep. But again, guys, as we study this issue, we may come to a deeper understanding and nuance of it, of exactly what kind of images are permitted. But you know what the safe side is. It would just to be no. It would be to do no images at all. But in our minds, at least for now, and Lord correct us if we are wrong, we do use illustrations for things. We just are careful not to be obsessive over. I mean, we would never put images in our houses. I have no images in my house anywhere. But like on the internet, when we're making
Well,
videos, we make illustrations of things.
um, so like, what do I do with like an image in my house? Like, 'cause I live with my parents and like it's not my own image. Like, do I just ignore it?
Yeah, just ignore it, Elisha. We don't destroy other people's images. We don't destroy their idols. I would like to. I'd like to destroy the Catholics and Orthodox images, but we don't do that. We just tell them to repent and tell them, hopefully they destroy them themselves, but we're not going to go in there and smash them or anything.
All right.
No, it's not your fault if your parents set up idols. Okay, guys, no, it is bedtime. It's almost 1 o'clock. Let's talk about this more at another time, and hope you're all edified.
All right. Amen. God bless.
Yes, God be with you
Thank,
all. Good night. Have a
thank
good
you,
sleep.
Luke. Good
Yep.
night.